Lienke, and I am, as of about 2.5 weeks ago, the interim co-executive director of the Institute for Policy Integrity, and I'm delighted to welcome you to our 15th annual conference, A New Era of Climate and Energy Policy. It's been an emotional roller coaster of a summer in the world of climate and energy policy, and so we have an incredible lineup of speakers today to discuss the ups and the downs and where we go from here. I am personally hoping for more ups in the future. But before we dive in with our first panel on the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act, I have 3 important tasks. I will dispense with them as quickly as possible. First, I am duty-bound to brag a little about policy integrity and explain, for those who don't know, who we are. We're a think tank housed here at NYU Law. We were founded in 2008 by the law school's Dean Emeritus, Richard Grubert, and Michael Livermore, now a professor at the University of Virginia's Law School. And based on ideas first advanced in their book, Retaking Rationality, Ricky and Mike set out to use law and economics to improve the quality of government decision-making, a modest goal. Policy Integrity's staff, which now numbers almost 30 and is composed mostly of lawyers and PhD economists, pursues that goal both by generating original legal and economic scholarship and by participating directly in proceedings before federal and state courts and administrative agencies. In other words, we write a lot of articles and we file a whole lot of comment letters and amicus briefs. To get a feel for what those look like, I encourage you to visit our website, policyintegrity.org. Substantively, policy integrity has a primary focus on energy and environmental policy, hence the theme of today's conference. And procedurally, we have a particular interest in regulatory cost-benefit analysis and in ensuring that such analysis gives careful attention not just to costs, but also to the regulatory benefits, which in the case of climate and energy rules are often enormous. Because we're based at a law school, we also consider training future lawyers a core component of our mission. We have just begun the 13th year of our regulatory policy clinic here at the law school, in which 2nd and 3rd year law students discuss practitioner relevant developments in administrative law and work on policy integrity reports and comment letters and amicus briefs. I was actually a student in that clinic the first time it was offered 12 years ago, and while I simply refused to leave at the end of the semester, many of our other alums have gone on to do important regulatory work at state and federal agencies and NGOs across the country, which is immensely gratifying for us. One final thing I want to note about policy integrity is that this is the first annual conference that is not attended by our founder, Richard Grubert. President Biden recently nominated Ricky to serve as administrator of the White House Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, and so Ricky is on leave from the Institute while he awaits Senate confirmation. Ricky's nomination is terrific news for the country and for the staff of Policy Integrity in our capacity as people who live in the country. It is sad news for us in our capacity as people who work at Policy Integrity, because he is a wonderful boss and mentor, and we are sad to lose him even temporarily. A reporter recently said to me, "So you're the one filling Ricky's shoes?" And I said, "No, I'm only filling one shoe." As some of you may know, Ricky is superhumanly productive, and so it will take at least 2 people to even roughly approximate his level of output, and so I'm very grateful to Bertrand Unel, Policy Integrity's other interim co-executive director, for filling the other shoe. Okay, so that's job 1, bragging about policy integrity done. Job 2 is to offer some thanks. Putting an event like this on is no easy feat. Staff for making today possible, but especially our strategy director, Derek Sylvan, our operations manager, Megan Abron, and our communications associate, Anna Kazradze. So thank you. Finally, and most importantly, I need to tell you about CLE credit. You can get it both for in-person and virtual attendance. If you're here in person, you need to sign in and out before every segment of the conference at the table outside. That's all you need to do. If you are participating virtually, the moderator of each segment will at some point in that segment read a code that you need to write down. And to submit those codes, there is a form that is linked to on the conference page of our website. Okay, I think that's it. And so I will now turn it over to Birch and Unell to introduce our first panel. Thank you.
Foreseeable future is to just fill in that one shoe properly. So I'm quite excited to be welcoming you to the first panel of the day, implementing the. It's definitely a new and exciting era. We finally have a federal law centered around climate and clean energy goals. But as you all know, the IRA is centered around a lot of spending and tax policy. So exactly how this is implemented is going to have a lot of impact on success. So we wanted to start the day by discussing some of these implementation details. So I'm very excited to be moderating this panel. We have speakers who have been thinking about different provisions of the IRA for a long time, or general clean energy tax policy or clean energy policy in general. So I really look forward to hearing what they're going to say. I'm not going to go through the bios. You can find them online as well as at the registration desk, but I'm going to briefly introduce them. First, we have Jeremiah Baumann, who is at the US Department of Energy. He is the Chief of Staff at the Office of the Undersecretary for Infrastructure. He was also previously the DOE Deputy Chief of Staff. Both at DOE and at his other roles, I know that he has been thinking a lot about clean energy policy and building an equitable clean energy economy. Then we have Mike Kircher, who is a senior attorney advisor at the NYU's Tax Law Center. Prior to joining Tax Law Center, he was on detail on House Ways and Means Committee, thinking and working on various tax policies, including some COVID relief provisions, as well as green tax credits. Then we have Dr. Emily Grubert, who is a civil engineer and an environmental sociologist who studies how we can make better decisions about large infrastructure systems, particularly related to justice-centered decarbonization of the US energy system. She was also the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Carbon Management at the DOE last year. So we're quite excited to have her. And last but not least, we have Mike Gergen. He has decades of experience developing practical applications of economic theory, corporate finance, and assisting clients in the energy industry to compete in an environment of market-based and open access competition. He's an adjunct professor of law here at NYU Law, and lucky for policy integrity, he's also a member of the board of advisors for the Institute for Policy Integrity. All right, before we start with the panel, a few housekeeping items. So our panelists are going to start giving about 8 to 10 minutes of high-level remarks, and then we're going to have a conversation. We are going to be taking audience questions. If you look at the table, you see there are cards and pens. Feel free to write your questions, and my colleagues are going to be collecting the question cards and bringing them to me. And as Jack said, if you are an online viewer trying to get a CLE, you have to listen for a code that I will be giving out sometime throughout the panel. It's going to be exciting. All right, without further ado, Jeremiah, mic is all yours.
Thank you, Bertrand. Good morning. I will invite you to cut me off at 8 minutes. The DOE IT system locked me out this morning, so I don't have access to any of my notes. So let's see where this goes. Thank you, everybody. It's really great to be here. As Bertrand said, my name is Jeremiah Baumann, and I'm the Chief of Staff to a new branch of the Department of Energy, the Undersecretary for Energy Infrastructure. And I'll talk in a minute about what that means, but in short, it is a new part of the department set up by Secretary Granholm to implement both the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, or as we've come to calling them around DOE, our uncles Bill and Ira. We have across both of those bills, and I think this is probably a little bit unique for DOE. Most of our bipartisan infrastructure law funding was completely climate focused. So we actually have more, just as one example, more funding coming out of the bipartisan infrastructure law for transmission grid investment than we do out of the Inflation Reduction Act. But the idea is to set up both of these laws to implement what is in total about $100 billion in direct spending authority across both laws, about $60 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure law and about $30 billion. Obviously, both of those have a little change on top from the Inflation Reduction Act. That is spread across almost 90 different programs, 70-ish of which, maybe 80, didn't exist as of a year ago. So as you can imagine, all parts of the Department of Energy are madly at work figuring out how to design new policies and new programs. And there are a lot of aspects of this that I think are interesting and worth elucidating. One really important point that Bertrand made is that when you're not having a law centered around, a single binding policy, whether that's a cap or a price or whatever it is, especially when it's not regulatory in nature, there's not a sort of traditional enforcement mechanism. Nothing is self-enforcing. It really will come down to how we design these programs, because it basically depends on how well we spend the money. The other aspect of it, though, I think, is that the burden really does shift from the advocacy, the legislation, to the executive branch in a specific way, which is this is truly the first climate legislation that is on the scale required, or at least commensurate to the problem. And that's true in all sorts of senses. I mean, you can look, there's a variety of modeling studies done, of course, that look at the likely economic impacts of all these incentives and all this spending in the program, in the two laws. And a lot of those basically conclude that we get to about 80% carbon reductions by 2030, maybe 70% clean electricity. First of all, that is certainly well within sort of margin of error of on our way to the president's targets. So that is the good news. The even better news is I firmly believe that if the federal government, in partnership with states and cities and advocates all over the country, really does get the implementation right, I think we can actually far exceed those goals. That's partly true for one big reason, which is that total spending amount that you usually see. So Inflation Reduction Act, you usually hear $369 billion in climate spending. That actually pretty dramatically understates the total scale of investment. So for DOE in particular, we have a loan programs office. Due to obscurities about the way the Congressional Budget Office scores the likely cost of bills, they don't include in that total the total amount of money we will lend. That basically includes the amount of money they think we might lose from loans not getting paid back. So long story short is what they score is about $10 to $15 billion worth of subsidy for lending programs actually enables between $300 and $400 billion in lending. So you can think of the Inflation Reduction Act as literally almost double the advertised total spending. Now, of course, the question becomes, how do you get that right? And there's sort of, as with any big piece of complicated legislation, especially after, depending on when you want your starting line to start with go, 20 years we've been trying to pass this legislation, 15, 10, I don't know. But it is complicated, and there are upsides and there are downsides. But the long story short is it more or less invests in every technology pathway that has a path to something close to zero carbon. Certainly in the case of some of the carbon management provisions, those technologies aren't literally zero. And there's a variety of ups and downs there. But it really is a comprehensive vision from all the technology pathways as well as all the deployment pathways. in terms of funding that goes through states and cities, funding that goes straight to the private sector, all kinds of funding mechanisms. The last kind of goal I'll add to the mix here is that we're trying not only to implement this law in a way that's going to maximize the carbon impact and maximize our odds of exceeding the projected impact and actually meeting the president's goals, meeting goals that are aligned with 1.5 degrees, but we're also trying to do this in a very different way, I think, than if you look at how carbon policy and climate policy was talked about a decade ago, even 5 years ago. It draws a lot on the work that's happened in the States, I think both in the sense of, in a couple of senses. First, the fundamental structure of the legislation that is basically only spending and incentives is a huge pivot from, of course, what we've tried so many times before. I think kind of part and parcel to that is that it's really an infrastructure forward approach. It's really about let's go out and build things. This was, I think, a huge breakthrough in climate policy making in the sense that there's something about the, like, I don't know what you want to call them, the mystery spirits of the way politics works in America, that when you talk about capping and reducing and taxing, it somehow is immediately more divisive, right? We have basically spent 20 years with environmentalists negotiating with unions and environmentalists negotiating with various parts of industry. When you talk about just going out and building things, giving people an incentive to just go build the clean energy economy that we need, it completely transforms the politics. So this legislation had union support, business support, anything like this. And it's partly because of that focus on incentives, on infrastructure forward, let's just go build the new clean energy economy. It's partly, I think, because of the track record in the states, which proved not only does that actually work better, the states generally passed much more ambitious policies as soon as they pivoted to this approach and had these much bigger, more ambitious coalitions coming together behind legislation. But it also offers all sorts of new promises in terms of how we implement it. First of all, it's just sort of immediately apparent on the face of it, this is going to create all sorts of jobs, and not just sort of jobs, but build entirely new industries across America. And there are parts of it that can work for any kind of community. And that's another, I think, big theme in how we implement this, which is the president has made a lot of commitments that we're not just going to run out and build willy-nilly. We're going to do this in a way that centers key priorities. It centers both communities that have traditionally been left behind, truly left behind or actively harmed by the current incumbent status quo infrastructure. So the environmental justice communities, as we often call them, but basically low-income communities and communities of color that have had disproportionate impact from pollution, as well as paying a much higher percentage of their income in energy bills. But we're also going to pay attention to the communities who are liable to be left behind in the current clean energy revolution. And so that, of course, means fossil energy transition communities. We've already seen this happen. This happens often in industrial transitions. If you look at timber communities in the West, if you look at coal communities in the UK decades ago and now again. But again, this is another one of these things that has held back climate policy for a long time. And by putting it at the center of this, gives us the opportunity to really move forward quickly. I say all that sort of as like, on the one hand, that I think is partly what helped make all of this legislation possible. But it's also critical to the implementation of it and how we, as the Department of Energy, and I think how every agency in the federal government implements it, if we don't keep those values front and center, it's not going to work. We know that all of these projects that we need to get built, the wind farms, the solar projects, the housing retrofits, the transmission grid, the carbon management, the hydrogen, all of it requires so many players at so many levels, from workers to planners to government agencies to permitting agencies in particular, that if we aren't delivering on all those benefits, there are too many veto points in the American system of government for all this money to actually get out the door and all this infrastructure to get built in time. So that's sort of the challenge ahead of it, I guess. And I'll just mention one other factor here, because I think it also gets at how we design these programs and design these policies. And that is that, to state the obvious, there's been a just absolute revolution in the economics of clean energy, I would argue in the last 5 years primarily, to the point that in basically the entire country, literally shutting down existing fossil-based infrastructure and replacing with an entirely new system is cheaper than just continuing to operate it. And then, of course, with the Russian war on Ukraine, this is increasing the pace that's happening to other kinds of fossil energy and accelerating both the opportunity, but it also means we have to deliver on these promises. We've got to make sure we get costs right. We've got to deliver on benefits for households. We have really kind of convinced the political establishment, certainly, and to some extent the American public, the time is here. Climate change isn't a sacrifice. Climate change is an opportunity to reduce your bill, to create new jobs. But that's all only going to be true if we get it right in implementation. So that's a pretty ostentatiously ambitious task we've given ourselves somehow. How are we going to do it? Well,
On that,
yeah. Is that my time?
that's your
All
time.
right, good.
All that thought for another three panelists.
All right, good.
Mike?
Thank you, Bertrand. I'll start by saying thank you to Policy Integrity for putting together this perfectly timed conference. It's really fantastic to be here during Climate Week and as conversations about IRA implementation really start to kick off. Jeremiah nicely outlined the basic goals and structure of the IRA and also the last year's infrastructure bill climate provisions. I'll spend a few minutes talking about implementation of the $270 billion of climate tax provisions that Jeremiah alluded to. That's about 3/4 of the IRA's total direct climate spend. The Treasury and IRS will be in charge of delivering. I'll also offer some ways that Treasury, IRS, and stakeholders might think about how to prioritize guidance and implementation and how to avoid some potential pitfalls. The first point I want to make is that Treasury and IRS are going to need to prioritize among implementation tasks. This will be key, and stakeholders can help Treasury figure out what to prioritize. There are too many changes in law to fully implement all at once. Treasury and IRS will need to make choices about which projects go first and how to allocate resources to and among projects. I think as they think about this, they should decide by considering various criteria, including first, how impactful the particular policy is for the overriding goals of emissions reduction, environmental justice, and labor. Second, they should think about when the provision goes into effect. All else equal, provisions that go into effect earlier should be prioritized. And then third, Treasury should think about how much work, and that's guidance through regulations, forms, processes, et cetera, it's going to take to stand the provision up. But Treasury and IRS don't come into this process with deep in-house expertise in analyzing how implementation decisions affect climate, EJ, and labor outcomes. In fact, the drafters of many of the climate tax provisions initially intended for other agencies to handle parts of the climate tax implementation. But Senate rules of reconciliation resulted in almost everything in the climate tax space being driven through Treasury and the IRS. So while interagency coordination will be critical, stakeholder engagement with administration officials, both in the Treasury and the White House and elsewhere, can help policymakers understand what to prioritize and how. Developers and other industry players are not waiting for an invitation. Some of them have already begun engaging with Treasury to try to shape what gets prioritized and how the substantive rules shake out. Public interest stakeholders in climate, EJ, and labor spaces can also play a critical role in ensuring that the climate tax provisions reach their full potential. Here are a couple of examples of projects that I believe are high priority based on the goals and criteria that I just described. And it's important to keep in mind that this is really just beginning to scratch the surface. These are illustrative examples. This is by no way like an indication of a values judgment of what is most important. It's just helpful to have a few examples. So the first example is the allocated credit for renewables in connection with environmental justice communities. So one way the IRA expands access to clean technologies is by enhancing tax credits for wind, solar, and storage property. For projects located in low-income communities or on tribal land, the credit is increased by 1/3. For projects related to low-income residential building projects or low-income economic benefit projects, the credit is actually increased by up to 2/3. This could make investments in these communities far more attractive, with the federal government picking up as much as half of the overall tab. However, there are many risks with place-based incentives driven through the tax code. Take, for example, the Opportunity Zone program established in the tax bill passed at the end of 2017. It provided tax benefits to investors and was intended to encourage investment in low-income communities. But to receive the tax benefit, investors did not have to show up front whether or how local residents would benefit. There was no allocation or application process. This limited the ability of communities to have a meaningful say in which projects would benefit from this provision. And there is some research suggesting that some qualified investments actually accelerated displacement. With this history and these risks in mind, the IRA requires an application process with selection criteria to qualify for the supplemental EJ tax credits. This structure was adopted in part to ensure that projects are in line with what EJ communities want. In this way, the provision operates more like a grant than a tax credit. The program is the first of its kind in the federal tax system and will require significant build-out to solicit, review, and approve applications. The legislative text largely lets Treasury determine how to do all that. and substantial input from EJ stakeholders could help Treasury craft selection criteria that, in practice, lead to the selection of projects that meet EJ goals. This provision goes into effect in just over 3 months, so time is really short. Another example is that the law provides for a major transition beginning in 2025. Currently, there is a long list of generation technologies and fuels, that are eligible for tax credits. Solar, wind, geothermal, biodiesel, etc. Starting in 2025, the law transitions towards a tech-neutral approach. Under this approach, generation facilities are credit eligible if their emissions profile is net zero or better. The specific technology used is no longer relevant, and there will no longer be a distinction between wind, solar, or other technologies used to generate the electricity. And for fuels, credit eligibility and credit rate will be determined based on life cycle emissions analysis of the fuel. Therefore, the decisions Treasury makes on measuring emissions will directly impact which technologies are and are not eligible for federal investment. These structures require complicated analyses and hard decisions about emissions accounting, and these hard decisions have largely been left to the Treasury Department. But Treasury does not currently have deep expertise in life cycle emissions analysis or emissions accounting. So getting input from stakeholders and experts to understand the options will be critical in building a system where the federal dollars don't inadvertently go to projects that fail to meet our emissions goals. While the transition to tech neutral occurs at the beginning of 2025, Treasury will need to develop approaches to life cycle emissions much sooner than that. For example, a credit for the production of clean hydrogen goes into effect next year in January. One question Treasury will face is how to think about opportunity costs in their life cycle emissions analysis. Green hydrogen is produced when clean electricity is used to split water into hydrogen and oxygen through electrolysis. How should Treasury account for the fact that green hydrogen may divert clean electricity from other uses? Similarly, how should Treasury respond to likely industry requests for credit for carbon offsets in life cycle analysis? These are questions that Treasury is probably already thinking about. There are countless other examples where organizations that often provide input to EPA, energy, and other agencies could bring valuable expertise and perspectives that Treasury and the IRS lack as they implement $270 billion of tax investments in order to ensure that they meet the emissions, EJ, and labor goals of this bill. And to be the most impactful, that input should start right now.
Thank you, Mike. Emily?
Great. I love questions. I'm going to try to keep this kind of tight, but I'm also a professor, so I'm going to rely on Christian to make me stop talking. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I really wanted to kind of address the core question of this notion that we're in a new era of energy and climate policy and how that really relates to a lot of what we're seeing with IRA, and then also Bill a little bit. So a couple theses to offer about this, and then hopefully look forward to the conversation. I think Jeremiah mentioned this in a, I think, very elegant way, that essentially we've been trying to pass something that looks like IRA for about 20 years. That's a huge accomplishment that it's finally done, and this notion that we're really focusing on decarbonizing electricity, we're using a lot of tax credits and really trying to reduce the costs of energy in the way that we actually want to see it happening to reach our emissions goals is crucial. It's also something that kind of anchors an old paradigm about thinking about climate and energy policy. What I mean by that is that with a lot of pollution control policies, and including the way that we've dealt with climate for quite a while, there's long been a focus on reducing emissions rather than eliminating them. And one of the things that I think is a really crucial piece of how we think about climate and energy policy going forward, as well as implementation of IRA and to some extent Bill, which is more prescriptive about what the actual projects are in many ways, really thinking about how we consider counterfactuals not just against business as usual cases, but actually against the normative goal of eliminating emissions is actually a really major shift. So I know Bertrand mentioned I was at the Carbon Management Office last year, and I think one of the things that we talked about a lot in that context, this is CCS, CDR, that sort of thing, is really this notion that many of those approaches don't actually eliminate emissions. They may be the best option you have for getting as close as possible as you can, but they don't necessarily eliminate emissions in most cases. That's actually a really meaningful point as we think about a normative goal of zero. And then once we realize that maybe there are some places where zero isn't actually as technically feasible as we thinking about how to use our very, very precious negative emissions possibilities. The thing I think that also really matters, you can't rely exclusively on new industries and new builds. That's crucial, obviously. But it also means, and Jeremiah talked about this a bit too, really thinking very carefully about what happens to the legacy infrastructure that we have now, how you retire that all safely and in a way that actually is very conscious of what communities need, and really what the entire energy system needs as well. So it's a kind of twin process of building things and then also safely phasing things down at the same time. That's really different from thinking about something like the way that we handled acid rain, which kind of translated to a lot of the way that we've handled climate policy for the last several decades. I'm really encouraged to see in IRA in particular some loan authority for really thinking carefully about some of that phase out. So Section 1706 is a loan authority for looking at potential asset retirements and things like this. But I think we really also need to start talking really explicitly, not just about what services people need to actually get the things we need to survive, so power, but transportation, safety in our homes, that sort of thing, but also what that really means from an infrastructure perspective. I think it's really easy to look at bar graphs, I've made a lot of them myself, that sort of show different costs and different transition strategies and different distributions of energy systems, et cetera. But when we really think about it, what we're talking about when trying to get to zero emissions is essentially installing potentially several terawatts. I think models go up to maybe 6 or 7 terawatts of clean out electricity generating capacity. For context, what we have right now overall, not just clean, but overall is about 1 terawatt in the United States. We're fundamentally talking about just a vastly larger electricity system at the same time as we're talking about really needing to safely phase out what are often high hazard industries that account for about 80% of our system now, across transportation, across home heating, across many, many different things that actually do affect people's reliable access to services that we need to survive. So thinking about this as a zero transition and thinking about how a lot of the incentive structures and the policies that we've put in place to date can get us there, I think fundamentally shifts the way we need to think about counterfactuals in particular. Not, is this reducing emissions relative to what we would have done absent climate and absent policy issues, but what is this doing relative to the zero case? And how do I account for the pieces of it that are not actually getting to zero? I think the other thing that has changed in a really meaningful way is that we're much farther along the climate change curve at this point. This has been something that is a bit more visible recently, especially with some of our very exciting grid adventures recently. Unfortunately, the really tragic accounts that we saw in Texas and through a lot of the Midwest during the big freeze last year, but then also a lot of what California has been sort of very effectively in some ways managing as we move to a situation where you have heat waves affecting how much electricity you need, these types of things. The climate impacts that we see are sort of simultaneously increasing where we need energy and when we need energy in ways that are not necessarily predicted by the past. Essentially non-stationarities and what we can assume about future demand at the same time as we're electrifying a lot of loads, and also affecting the types of infrastructure that we already have that we rely on and their ability to provide the services that we come to rely on. What we saw during the freeze and also with some of the heat waves is that a lot of fossil generation infrastructure actually can't handle these conditions as well as they handle their design conditions. That's a meaningful issue. And when we see failures, it's not necessarily because of the technology transition, it's also because we're in a fundamentally more difficult paradigm for providing these services. Simultaneously, we are talking about two systems that are starting to actually influence each other. So the clean electricity system being big enough to affect the way the fossil system works, fossil system still being big enough to affect the way the clean electricity system works in ways that may be maladaptive in some cases. So kind of that climate imperative combined with really a legacy of pretty old infrastructure in many cases and this ongoing shift in the way that we use energy also means that a lot of how we've really thought about demand and supply matchups in the past is not necessarily right anymore, which I will leave out my third point and then I'll stop. But essentially that I think as we really think about what the policy paradigm is moving forward, given all of these normative goals, coming back to a service focus is really pretty fundamental. And this engages a lot of questions of justice, community issues, et cetera. But if fundamentally the goal is to provide comfortable temperatures, safe temperatures first and foremost, transportation to allow people to get where they're going, things like that, it really expands the conversation of what policy could look like beyond just how are we going to get the capacity system to look like this, how are we going to ensure that we have this distribution of resources, et cetera. So thinking about that zero target, thinking about the impact of climate on the way we do this, and thinking about how we really move toward talking about service provision and making people's lives better, I think are really what this new era looks like. I'll stop there.
Wow, you all are doing really well with the time.
Hopefully I can keep to it. So what do I need to do to get to my slides? So great. Morning, everybody. So I've asked a question here about implementing the IRA, which is it time for a national green bank? Now, you've probably read in the general media, and certainly if you read the environmental or the energy trade press, headlines. You know, after Manchin agreed to the deal, there's a green bank. There's going to be a green bank. Headlines are correct, but the story of how we got here is a little more complicated, and the text and the law is a little more complicated, so I'm going to walk you through that. It's going to be a little bit academic, but hey, you're getting CLE credit, so it's worth it. But first, a little background on how we got to where we got to. So people have been talking about, for 20 years, people have been trying to push the idea of let's build the new clean energy economy. Well, the Green Bank story is only about 14 years old, and it goes back to the early days of Waxman-Markey. And there was a group of us, and I've been involved in this from the beginning, that were successful in getting provisions put into the Waxman-Markey bill to create what was called the Clean Energy Deployment Administration, which was going to be housed in DOE. And that was in part a compromise with folks on the Hill as to where we were going to put it, because I honestly, and not to say anything bad about DOE, we didn't think that was the right place to put it. But we've been trying for 14 years, and obviously we were successful in Waxman-Markey, which failed. What happened, and interestingly with Waxman-Markey, we had bipartisan support for a national green bank. That all changed after 2010. When the House flipped in 2010, basically Republicans just lost interest. It just became, it was a non-issue. We couldn't talk to them about it. And so we turned our attention away from the federal government to the states and local governments. And we were able to set up, and I'll come back to this when I get into the slides, basically start establishing state and local green banks, largely in blue states. But we've been very successful in doing that. And that's actually helped in terms of where we got to in the IRA, because we now have models to point to at the state and local level. This stuff actually works, doing a clean energy finance, and again, I'll walk through some of that. But first, let's talk about what's in the IRA. In the particular provision, IRA is a long bill. All the EPA stuff is sort of at the back end. All the stuff people really care about, all the tax credits are in the front. The EPA provisions are all in the back. Basically, what the IRA does is it creates something called the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which will be administered by EPA. It's a $27 billion grant fund. EPA's never administered anything at this scale. And I assume folks at EPA are kind of freaking out about this, because again, they have to manage $27 billion in a grant program. There are 3 buckets in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And this is important in terms of talking about these buckets. So there's a bucket for zero emission technologies, that's $7 billion. And what's important about that is EPA is supposed to make grants to states, municipalities, tribal governments, and an eligible recipient or eligible recipients, and I'll come back to what that means. There's 2 other buckets. And so that first bucket is really focused on, it's $7 billion. It's really supposed to be focused on low-income and disadvantaged communities and deploying clean energy resources in those communities and other activities to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gas. There's these 2 other buckets. There's a general assistance bucket, and then there's yet another low-income and disadvantaged communities bucket. Now, what's important about these 2 buckets, and together they total $20 billion, or approximately $20 billion. Those buckets, if you notice what I have in the slide, and this follows what's in the text and the law, those buckets are intended for an eligible recipient or eligible recipients, so it's not local governments or states. They're supposed to be applying for those funds. And that's not to say they won't benefit from them, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But that becomes really important. Now, how did we get here in terms of well, if we're just going to create a green bank, why didn't you just say in the law, create a green bank and give it $20 billion or give it $27 billion? That is the vagaries of reconciliation and getting through the Byrd Rule, the way this had to be written. We also had interesting issues in terms of in terms of jurisdiction of committees in the Senate. Who got it? And ended up, a lot of thought was it would end up with Environment and Natural Resources. It would be a program run through DOE, but ultimately it ended up being a program that was put through EPA and through Environment and Public Works. So just kind of the vagaries of the process of making the sausage. This is how we got to where we are. So what is an eligible recipient? And this is where, when you read in the general press and in the trade press, this is intended to create a green bank. This is where this comes from.
Just speak a little bit closer to the
Sure. An eligible recipient is defined as a nonprofit. It's not a governmental entity. It is a nonprofit. And it's really intended to be an independent nonprofit. And that entity, what it's supposed to do is provide capital, leverage private capital, and then provide other forms of financial and technical assistance. And it's for qualified projects. So when I had those two buckets, there's a use of funds for those two buckets. The first bucket, which was for state entities, but also could be for an eligible recipient, they can just give grants. These second two buckets, the idea is you're supposed to be doing this financing for qualified projects, and those are projects, and this is important, that not only reduce the emissions or avoid the emissions of greenhouse gases, but also other forms of air pollution. And that's important, I think, from an EJ perspective. And this use of funds, what's it supposed to be for? That this qualified, eligible recipient is supposed to be doing with it for qualified projects? Well, they're supposed to be making direct investments and indirect investments. And what that means for direct investments is they're supposed to be providing financial assistance to qualified projects at the national, regional, state, and local levels. And also to prioritize access in financing projects that would otherwise not have access to financing. And then third, and most importantly, this is supposed to be like a revolving loan type program. Whatever this entity is, it's supposed to be recycling the money. And this is an important lesson we've learned from the state and local green banks as to the importance of this recycling funds. And then indirect investments, what are those? Well, we're supposed to be providing, this entity's providing support to public, quasi-public, and governmental entities at the state and local level. So the way this whole thing has been structured is you have an eligible recipient. That eligible recipient has to be able to operate at the national and regional level. It then works with partners in a network who are operating at the state and local level. So to be an eligible recipient, you have to be able to operate at that national level. There are no entities right now, as we look at like state and local green banks, that could do that. It's not clear that there are other entities out there that could do that either. So what this really suggests is a two-tier structure. EPA is supposed to give the money to this eligible recipient. I'm going to call that eligible recipient because it could be a national green bank. That national green bank, in turn, is supposed to set up a network where it is recycling funds through these qualified projects, both at the national, regional, state, and local level, through direct and indirect investments. Now, what are the lessons we've learned with the green banks? And this, again, how we ended up where we ended up in the IRA with these provisions. As I had mentioned, going back to 2011 when the first green bank was created, and that was in Connecticut, we've created 23 green banks across the U.S. in 17 states and a couple of local jurisdictions. I actually had the pleasure of serving on the board of one of those local green banks in Montgomery County, Maryland, and also worked at setting up the DC Green Bank. These entities have not had a lot of money, but the way we set these local entities, state entities up, we took existing public funds, typically that were programmatic in nature and largely used as grants. We take that money, we repurposed it through the green bank so we could recycle it and then try to leverage private capital on top of that. And what the green banks have been very successful in doing is if you gave them They basically had $2.5 billion in resources over the last decade, and they've caused about $10 billion in total investment. Now that's small on the scale of things. Obviously, we're talking here a much bigger scale in terms of the approximate $20 billion that might be there for National Green Bank. And the cumulative default rate for these state and local green banks, which again are recycling funds, is very low. Now, they tend to be very conservative, and none of the state and local green banks do grant programs. Now, that is one of the possibilities here under the IRA, that you actually could have a national green bank that could do grant programs if it needs to. And there may be instances where that would be helpful. The other thing that the green banks have been really successful at, and this is obviously, as folks have talked about in terms of both the bill and the IRA, the EJ focus. Green banks have already been focused on EJ issues for years. This is what we do. And just through this slide, I'm giving you some of the examples of some of the things we've done. The other thing I think we've been really, really helpful with respect with the state and local green banks is community development of community solar in the U.S. And it's not just the financing of projects, it's actually creating ecosystems. It's creating markets. Because a lot of these things, you don't actually have people that know how to build these things. You don't have contractors aren't aware of a particular technology. Local banks, because again, part of this is if you're the state and local green bank, is you really have to partner with the contractors in your community. You have to partner with your local credit unions. You got to partner with your local CDFIs to go find projects, educate people, to do the things you want to do as a green bank. But this is an area, because the state and local green banks are close to the ground and tethered into their local communities, they've been very successful in pursuing EJ goals. So the idea of a national green bank is you'll complete this network. You'll have wholesale, retail, you'll expand it. We want to go beyond the existing state and local green banks. We want to create new state and local green banks, but we also want to bring into the credit unions. We may want to bring in other entities as well. You also want to involve all local leaders. And then you want to pull in private capital, and this is the thing I talk about again. It's sort of working with people in local communities to develop ecosystems and markets for clean energy technologies, products, and services. So I love this slide. I could spend a lot of time on it. But imagine,
You have 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes. I'm just going to throw it up here, but this is somewhat illustrative, and we have a McKinsey person who works with us, so it's great. McKinsey people are great at doing slides. This is the idea of what would a national green bank structurally look like. And again, this wholesale retail function, there would be working with the state and local entities as intermediaries. You would be providing indirect investments through projects that they originate. You would actually be paying them to do this. You would also be providing grants to these entities to start up and to build up the technical capabilities. You would also, and this sort of gets into, is it a national direct investment or indirect? You, the National Green Bank, would try to start creating secondary markets. Because really the goal, in terms of where we need to get to in investment, it's going to take a lot of private capital. Where that capital is the cheapest is the public capital markets, and it's really going to be about doing lots of small projects, figuring out how to standardize what we're doing, aggregate those projects, take those projects, be it a lease, contract, loan, whatever, taking those things and securitizing and selling them in the secondary markets. What a national green bank can be is the entity that helps coordinate that standardization, aggregation, and ultimately may be the entity that will buy loans from state and local green banks, which will in a sense become a way to help finance the state and local green banks. You will basically be paying them to originate projects and loans and then buying those loans. Then you are going to also do, as I said, sort of this capacity building, ecosystem development, and finally, off to the side, projects of a national scope. And just to give you an example, I only have 30 seconds, but you mentioned 1706 and Title 17, which you're going to have to deal with, right? This creates this huge infrastructure reinvestment fund for DOE. It's not clear to me under 1706 DOE could pay somebody to shut down a coal-fired power plant. What is very clear to me is if somebody shut down a coal-fired power plant, DOE can lend them the money to build something new or to help deal with some of those fixed or stranded costs for the facility. But maybe a national green bank could actually pay people to shut down coal-fired power plants. And with that, I will end.
Great, thank you, Mike.
Don't need to get you back.
Thank you. All right, before starting with the discussion, I'm going to remind everyone, if you have any questions, please write them on these cards, and my colleague Don is collecting them and bringing them to us. And the most exciting point of this panel, the CLE code word for this panel is technology. So if you're an online viewer asking for a CLE credit, you have to enter this onto the affirmation form that is on the website. Again, the word is technology. All right. With that, so Jeremiah, I cut you off, but we're all excited to hear about how we actually implement the IRA. So how are we thinking about implementing, especially given the, how big the task is?
Well, I want to get to questions. Let me just very briefly give one, I think, overview of how DOE is doing this, which is that structurally it's a big pivot, I think, for the U.S. government as well as in particular for DOE. I could imagine part of why Mike didn't want the Green Bank at DOE is because about 80 to 85% of DOE's historic investment in energy is research and development, developing new technologies in labs, right? The reason solar is getting cheaper so rapidly is we've got armies of scientists who can tell you every single material that goes into a solar panel and how much it costs and what the pathway to get it cheaper is. But we haven't done as much focus on commercializing those technologies and then working with communities to deploy them. So to implement these two laws, what the Secretary did was really restructure the Department of Energy with this new Undersecretary for Infrastructure. And rather than being technology-based, so we don't have an Office of Energy Efficiency Renewable Energy, our colleagues in the Undersecretary for Science and Innovation do, we have offices that are organized by commercialization or deployment strategy. So we're setting up a new Office of State and Community Energy Programs, a grid deployment office to work with states and to upgrade, modernize, and expand the transmission grid that, for Emily's note, needs to 2 and 3x its size to meet our electrification needs. We are setting up an Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains. Right, it's critical to the security, as we've learned, both from a physical perspective and a geopolitical perspective over the last several years, that we not be overly dependent on other countries for where we get these critical technologies. So we're investing billions of dollars. We're about to, in the coming months, dole out billions of dollars in grants to stand up battery manufacturing capacity. And removing offices that we're already doing that kind of private sector and community-facing partnership into this new structure. So the Loan Program Office is also part of this whole constellation. So that's kind of the biggest focus. And then we're connecting that all both to our technology experts, but also by having people focused on environmental justice and community engagement working in all these offices so we really do get each of these different deployment strategies right by communities as well as by the carbon goals.
Thank you, Jeremiah. So I'm going to turn to other panelists, and maybe since you're not at agencies, you don't really talk about implementation from the agency perspective. But what do you see as the biggest challenge agencies could have to grapple with in the implementation? IRS, you mentioned, Mike, that IRS has to put out a lot of guidance. Like, how does that process look like, and where do you see as the biggest challenge in that?
Yeah, so I think there are many challenges across the dozens of provisions, right? It's going to be a challenge for each one of them to stand up these novel provisions and these significant changes to existing provisions. But I think before you even get there are these staging questions about to what extent, Treasury will lean on the expertise of other agencies to help to implement this stuff. So that's this big first level question, and to what extent and where they will staff up their current sort of staff and sort of build out their own in-house expertise. So I think those questions are very hard, very present, and very fundamental to how the project rolls out. So I think that's what they are probably focusing on right now.
Emily, what do you think is the biggest challenge?
This is always my answer on biggest challenges, but the IRA is not prescriptive. So make things cheaper, you can incentivize them, you can set up ways for people to access technical assistance and things like this. Fundamentally, it's not prescriptive, and so the guarantee of actually hitting emissions targets is not there, and there's also not really a check in place across the many, many different jurisdictions that are implementing this, states, cities, et cetera, to say, no, you can't build a new gas plant or something like that. I think that's the biggest challenge.
Mike, I mean, are there enough like qualified nonprofit entities to spend all that money?
Well, I will say, and I would point everybody to, if you want to learn about green banks, I've represented for the last 14 years, well, actually the last 12 years, because we hadn't created them yet, the first 2 years, the Coalition for Green Capital, if you want to look them up on the web. So CGC has actually already built a network that is called the American Green Bank Consortium. So that would be one potential entity. And again, that we are actually building the network that already includes a number of CDFIs. Hopefully we'll have some credit unions and MDIs as well. But I want to go back to your question. It's the interesting thing in all of this, because again, the statute gives EPA some ability in terms of interpreting. They could, in theory, give this out to multiple eligible recipients. That was not the intent. And I didn't have time in my 8 minutes to talk about it. But our legislative champions for the Green Bank and the IRA, which go back to Ed Markey from the beginning, Chris Van Hollen from the beginning, so Ed Markey when he was in the House, and most recently Debbie Dingell when we thought we were going to be part of Build Back Better. They have put out statements, and I know Debbie Dingell did a statement, actually did a floor statement when this was in the House, basically saying what we intended here was to create one entity, a national entity. Well, EPA is going to have to come to that determination themselves in interpreting the law. They've also got the difficult task of they're supposed to be handing money out within 180 days. So they've got to interpret the statute and then stand up what they're going to call a competitive grant program, which may or may not be, because there may only be one entity that really fits the bill. But they've got to stand all this up and then do it. And this is, EPA has never, and I'm not an EPA person, I'm an energy person, but I've talked to lots of people who deal with EPA grant programs. They're generally pretty small, and they do smaller grants to lots of people. We're talking about something here very different. Rather than lots of small grants to lots of people, it's one big grant to one entity, and part of the reason for that is that ability of that entity to leverage the funds, much as like what we've seen with the state and local green banks. But actually, we could even do greater leverage with a national entity if it basically had a balance sheet of $20 billion. You can borrow against that balance sheet. We are talking about, in green banks have historically been able to hit leverage numbers that are 10 to 1 or 15 to 1. We're talking about leverage numbers that probably get up to 18 to 1. So for every dollar of public money, you can bring in $18 of other money.
Thank you. So I want to switch topics to environmental justice. Obviously, environmental justice is an important agenda for the Biden-Harris administration, and we see a lot of different policies aimed at environmental justice, low-income communities, communities of color, and reducing. Might talk about Green Bank, the Loan Programs Office, or some of the EJ adders, or some of the stuff Emily was mentioning. So there are all these different programs that feels to me like they need to be coordinated somehow. There needs to be a theme. So how do we do that coordination, and how should the agencies think about that coordination, and does it, I don't know, get its own metric in the auction in the Green Bank? Like, how do we think about this?
That's a great question. I think when you talk about hitting the environmental justice perspective, there's sort of two ways we're thinking about it. One is sort of the kind of literal definition of coordination, in the sense that this Office of State and Community Energy Programs we're standing up is being charged with sort of being the community-facing coordination across the department, meaning we'll have a whole team of people there that just literally works directly with communities to help them figure out how they can pursue all the different opportunities across the government. I mean, literally dozens upon dozens of programs that communities could be getting funding out of, depending on what kinds of clean energy opportunities they want to pursue. But the very fact that there are so many of them, I mean, we can't keep them all straight at the Department of Energy. How would a local community group in a small city figure it out? So we're setting up this office that will literally work with communities to help understand that. The other version of coordination, really, from an environmental justice perspective, is building environmental justice into each and every program that we are standing up. So for all of the programs, which is the vast majority of them, that involve funding for significant infrastructure investment, whether that is building a new transmission grid or a demonstration facility for hydrogen production or carbon capture or a battery manufacturing facility, the applicants for DOE funding have to submit what we're calling a community benefits plan that literally walks through how they're going to meet these community benefits priorities, ranging from high quality jobs through to environmental justice and delivering on Justice 40 benefits. We think that is super important because one really interesting thing when you start just looking at all these different opportunities and technologies kind of comparatively as they kind of would get built out in the community, and especially when you start looking, I mean, we have an amazing team in our, DOE has an, interestingly enough, statutorily enacted Office of Economic Impact and Diversity that was created in the 1970s with a Senate-confirmed leader, Shalonda Baker, who's a world-leading thinker on energy justice. Importantly, I think to this question, we define it as not just reducing pollution and not just minimizing any new pollution that comes from a manufacturing facility or what have you, but also delivering actual energy benefits, reducing energy bills, but creating wealth in low-income and communities of color. So you literally will now, in your plan, where you describe how you're going to do all of this, you get more points in your competitive application for a DOE grant if you have minority-owned business partners, if you can show how you're contributing to energy democracy and energy justice. And so that's part of it. And when you start thinking through it with that sort of like, how do we create benefits, you just realize the opportunities are everywhere. One of my favorite things I've learned about in my time at DOE, critical minerals, right? We're way too dependent on foreign countries for lithium, critical minerals that go into all these technologies. Well, we've developed ways that you can extract them from coal waste or other hard rock mining waste. That means you can literally create jobs in that community, jobs in the community that's for decades seen the pollution, and those jobs are directly tied to cleaning up that waste because what you're doing is extracting the toxic materials, turning them into something more valuable that we actually need for batteries, need for magnets, for wind turbines. As you clean up the lands, you can repurpose it to create new economic development opportunities for that community. And that's kind of the spirit we're trying to infuse across all of these programs.
Any other thoughts?
I would echo absolutely a lot of that. When we were developing the text, like a couple of years ago, we decided that for every single provision in the tax code that related to climate, you should look at it with an EJ lens on. And we thought a lot about, access and affordability as we talked to EJ stakeholders as one important component. But more important across the board was making sure that there is a seat at the table for EJ stakeholders. And I think that that's going to be important as implementation goes forward, just to make sure that there is always engagement and a seat at the table.
And I think one of the things about a lot of the environmental justice work that's going on really kind of comes back to the point I was making about not just thinking about how you get to zero emissions, but also thinking about service provision under kind of a climate change and technology transitioned world. Because a lot of the time I think we're still, again, a bit in a paradigm of reduction. So saying we have enhanced environmental justice if we reduce pollution. What have we done relative to eliminating it? And how do we really start to think about that as the core way that we're talking about it? And I think a lot of what this looks like as a lot of the environmental justice lenses start to get implemented is really making more opportunities for people to not just be having a seat at the table, but actually being direct participants. This is something that we struggled with quite a bit with some of the thinking about some of the DOE programs that I was working on, just in the context of, you need cost share to build a project. What does that look like if you want a community to actually, community being broadly defined, but if you want to really think about new ownership structures and things like this. So as Jeremiah mentions, there's a huge amount of work to be done. This is one of these things that we need to get right, but we don't have a great track record of doing very well. And so really also taking very constant account of how are we doing, what could we have done better, and how do we make sure we do better the next time, I think is going to be a big part of this too.
So in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, as I mentioned, there are 3 buckets of money. That first bucket, the $7 billion, which is really, I think, intended for state and local governments, is an EJ-focused bucket. That other 2 buckets that I kind of look at as National Green Bank buckets, that second bucket for disadvantaged and low-income communities, is not surprisingly $8 billion out of $20 billion, which gets you to 40%. So that was clearly the thinking, right? EJ40. I would say from a green bank perspective, that should be a floor, not a ceiling. And honestly, the floor should be a lot higher, particularly if you think about what the real emphasis here is on working with local partners at the state and local level. And then on the other point of coordination, honestly, so assuming there's a green bank, it will have a grant agreement with EPA that will sort of be how it coordinates with EPA. That will be the oversight, transparency. But honestly, I think what the green bank, and Jeremiah, we need to talk. If there's anybody that the green bank needs to be working with closely, and we probably need an MOU like immediately, is with DOE. Because I think there are a number of DOE programs, and I can even tell you, I do a lot of work under the DOE Loan Guarantee Program. I've been doing it since the Obama administration. I've taken a number of big projects through. It's a very painful process. And DOE is limited, even with some of the new authority they have. They're limited in some of the types of projects and some of the types of risks they can take on. I think the Green Bank could take on some of those risks. And we already do that, and I'll give you an example. I have a project right now in front of DOE. I don't know whether it will be successful or not. But the New York Green Bank is actually going to be involved as junior debt. And that's the only way that this project will work from the DOE perspective. And so again, that's a perfect place where you can slot in the Green Bank, because maybe there's not going to be a Green Bank. And in fact, this becomes an important issue, and I'm sorry, I'm going to go off topic here a little bit. If we're giving money to basically state and local actors to go do good things, the problem we're going to have in this country, there are a lot of state and local actors who don't want to play, and for political reasons are just going to say, I don't want to play, in fact, leave me alone. One of the advantages of the National Green Bank is we can actually go play in those jurisdictions. We can go do things because the state and local actors don't want to do them.
So on that, do you have thoughts on what state actors should be doing in their next legislative sessions to be prepared to receive all this money that is coming through both the IRA and the infrastructure bill?
Jeremiah, you want to go?
Well, I think you said state legislatures. I would start with one other thing, which I can't resist mentioning at an Institute for Policy Integrity event, which is public utility commissions, public service commissions. This is just speaking for myself personally, not U.S. government policy, but I don't know what any public utility commissioner is doing right now if they're not making every utility in this country go out and remodel their entire system and what it looks like for the next 20 years based on all these tax credits and the new financing out there. The federal government may not have set a target, but it just made every utility, every state's long-term resource plan cheaper if it is cleaner. So there is the opportunity to literally reduce bills for Americans right now by building more clean energy faster. So I think that's probably in some ways, the single most important thing. And I think that same lesson sort of applies across the board at the state level, in terms of state legislatures, other state agencies. The reality is the economics just changed so significantly that every form of climate and clean energy ambition just got more affordable and more of a no-brainer. I mean, it's already in most places cheaper than the status quo, and now it's dramatically cheaper. And the other piece I would say is the economics are always going to sort of work best for the biggest projects, the utility scale wind, the utility scale solar. There's some things that the states do need to prioritize to enable a lot of that, like building out the transmission grid. But I think that if I were in sort of state and local policy making, I would also focus on getting these other kind of aspects of it right. So, for example, really going big into not just environmental justice and energy justice communities writ large and making sure the benefits get to low-income communities and communities of color, but things like distributed energy that, 5 years ago we're all fighting about, is it really optimally cost-effective to have rooftop solar? Yes, it is, because we need to, as Emily talked about, the amount of land we are going to need to build out all this energy systems, we should start with the built environment. And people love it, and it's good for their bills, and it's good for their resilience. So, do all of the things is sort of the answer. And the states can uniquely, I think, get those kind of particular applications right in a way that the federal law is not necessarily set up for.
Any other thoughts?
I'm really very interested to see how many states are actually putting forth legislative mandates on emissions cuts. And that really changes the game in terms of how people talk about IRPs, all this sort of stuff, in addition to a lot of the cost reductions. But I think one of the things that's going to continue to be interesting, especially in places that have already kind of gotten to the point of, yes, you know, we have a net zero target, we have a net zero law in many cases, is really starting to think very carefully through the actual physical infrastructure implications of that. To Jeremiah's point, like, a state can really start to think about, okay, here's our law. What does that actually mean for timelines on things if we want like a 10-year plan on how we're actually going to get there? How much space is this actually going to be? What are the different pathways that we get there, and how does that actually implicate some of the other decisions we need to be making now? With a lot of these targets that are sort of focused on 2040, 2050, that time scale, we have enough time to do a decadal planning process, but it needs to start right now. And I think that especially as we start to see stricter targets in the electricity sector and such, really having states focus on, okay, we've got the law, what does that mean? I'm actually very excited to see people maybe doing more of that in the near term.
I think there's a really interesting interplay here with state regulation and federal policy, especially in the tax side, because as the tax provisions buy down the cost of a lot of these technologies, it makes it a little bit easier in some cases for states to come through with a regulation that says, okay, now you must do this, right? You can see that pretty easily as an obvious example that like people know about with the EV credits and California saying 2035, you know, zero emissions vehicles. So I think that's kind of interesting.
States and local governments should be doing what they can right now to start setting up green banks, because the money will be there. I think the other thing that states are already doing, and I'm seeing this, the states that are doing RFPs for clean energy have already figured this out, and they've been asking the question in these solicitations for the last 2 years of, if there's federal money in this program or that program, what's your plan to go access? Tell us what's there. And what are you going to do to make your project cheaper?
So this is a policy integrity conference, so I have to ask this question by policy integrity bylaws. What do you think the role of cost-benefit analysis or rational, economic analysis should be in the implementation, or could be in the implementation?
We'll just keep going in this order, I guess. I would start with Michael's answer. I think number one, I mean, in the literal sense, in the regulatory context, again, the tax credits and the incentives really do change the landscape. And so
A really quickly growing clean electricity and clean energy infrastructure implicates a lot of things about labor force that are going to be really challenging to manage, not least that it's just huge and has all of these training infrastructures that we need to maintain simultaneously. I think we also tend to look at labor as something that is kind of immediately useful. So we talk a lot about job creation and things like that. And at this point, that makes a huge amount of sense. We're ramping something up. I think one of the things that we're going to start to see become a little bit more relevant in the near term is what that implies for the long-term size of the energy workforce. And it's not necessarily a good thing to have really labor-intensive energy infrastructures long-term. Like, having local job creation is useful in many cases, but having a system that relies on a continuous workforce of 40 million people or something like that is not really where we want to be for a very primary industry like this. So really being conscious of opportunities for labor force development, for creating really good jobs that are providing people opportunities, et cetera, while not over-focusing on something that's incredibly labor-intensive, I think is going to be a very tricky balancing act over the next while. But making sure those jobs are good jobs and stay good jobs is also a real priority right now.
I have a couple of thoughts. I mean, number one, certainly workforce concerns is something you hear a lot about from the private sector, from business leaders that are in it across, it's not just an energy sector, across the economy, is this sort of economic upheaval that I think we still aren't sure where things are landing in a not post-pandemic, but post-beginning of pandemic way, I guess. And there's all sorts of questions. I don't think really anyone knows the answer as to where the American workforce is at right now on all sorts of fronts. I will say from a couple of things. One, Secretary Granholm, you know, she talks about a lot. It was a very formative experience. She was the governor of Michigan during the last major downturn. She spent much of her governorship looking workers in the eye who, you know, live in a community where the person that employs 60% of the town manufactures refrigerators, and it's shutting down, and no one's going to come back and build refrigerators in that town ever again. And what do you do? She also believes very passionately that, like, for too long, the government has responded to these situations by offering workforce training, right? The joke you hear a lot about energy circles is that how many times have coal workers been offered sort of coding training? And there, you know, a number of senators can now point you to the time they sat in a meeting where the workers held up their hands and said, look at these hands can't type. These hands aren't learning to code. I have 12 years left in my career. I need a different job than coding. So we have to, I think, be careful at how we do this. I think you start, though, by actually creating the jobs. And I think you start by creating good jobs. I think as we figure out what's going on between the great resignation or the quiet quitting or whatever you want to call it that's happening right now, you certainly can't divorce all of that from 40 years in this country where as much as capital and profits have increased, actual real wages paid to workers have not. And people are actually making less in real terms than they were several decades ago, which is a tragedy in a country that is extraordinarily wealthy as this. And that's a place where I'm actually extremely optimistic. The president has been quite clear that we're not just creating jobs, we're creating good jobs with good benefits, with good wages, with right to collective bargaining. And I have been impressed that just without, again, it's not like DOE was empowered to be a labor regulator. We can't actually really make anyone applying for our money do any particular thing. But just by putting out that for every grant application across 60, 70 programs, if a company wants a grant from DOE, we want to see your plan for job quality. And it literally walks through benefits, wages, training, how's the career path, do these workers have rights to collective bargaining, all these pieces. And the companies are stepping up. Companies are announcing agreements with unions left and right, including in places where the American economy to rise to some of these challenges. And I think for companies and business leaders that for years have said, oh, we can't afford to unionize, we can't afford to pay these kinds of wages. I think when you realize there's a massive economic opportunity in front of them, we'll find out for real if they decide they can make it work. And I am mostly optimistic that they will. And I think that alone, making them better jobs where you can see yourself doing it for a long time, jobs that we're not going to have to hold down 2 other jobs to be able to feed your family. I think that's how we figure out how much potential the American workforce truly has to jump in and help us meet all these ambitious goals.
Great. So unfortunately, we're running out of time. So I'm going to do a lightning round and ask you a couple questions under 60 seconds. What is one advice you would give to research and advocacy community who wants to support the implementation in a meaningful way? And the second question is, if you had a magic wand and could go back and add one more provision to the IRA, what would that be?
I would recommend for the research and advocacy community to focus on state and local implementation and state and local policy making in light of the new economics. And if I could add one provision to the IRA, well, I would be remiss if I didn't say the Clean Electricity Payments program that we spent much of last year trying to accomplish as sort of a clean energy standard in the tax code. It did not happen.
So I will just be a broken record. Folks should come into Treasury and discuss their priorities so that they do not get left behind and so that industry is not the only voice heard in that system. I can't pick one, but I will pick at least 2, and there are many others. So I wish that sort of the direct pay provisions that we had drafted and put into place made it past the final cut, because they were really important for ensuring that there is sufficient financing for all of these credits. There's a new transferability provision, but I prefer the direct pay model. The other thing is we basically made all of the consumer credits refundable in our draft of the legislation, and refundability was largely scrapped as the process moved on, and that was a sad, so I wish that that had not happened.
I think advice for policy and advocacy communities is really, when evaluating things, start from what your end goal is and compare how something is putting you on a path to get to that end goal rather than how it compares to what you think might have otherwise happened always. And I think if I had one thing I could have put into IRA, it would be a legislated emissions reduction requirement.
Endorse the need for a national green bank, because like I said, it's an open question. I think the other is get involved with the Green Bank Network or the American Green Bank Consortium. I know there's a meeting this afternoon in NRDC. I'm going right after here to go to talk with folks in the Green Bank Network. Get involved, because we need your input, particularly folks, you work in local communities. We're going to need your input in terms of figuring out where we should focus, and particularly on the EJ side, I think all the advice that we can get is welcome.
Thank you. With that, please join me in thanking my panelists. This was great. The next panel is going to start in a few minutes, and Al is going to be moderating our environmental justice panel.
Jeremiah, I'm serious.
I know.
Here, present, and also I know we have a substantial amount of people online on these live cameras over here, so be on your good behavior. This is the Environmental Justice Panel, and we're really lucky to have two prominent leaders in the environmental justice movement here today. Unfortunately, Jalon White Newsom, who's the senior advisor in the White House CEQ on environmental justice, had to cancel at the last minute. So I will be covering, as if I'm her, but I will do my best to cover her part, and we're really lucky to have this panel. So first, I thought we would I just kind of make sure everyone here is grounded in, is this mic working? Yeah. In knowing what is environmental justice. Environmental justice is a movement, and it is predicated on the statistical fact that low-income communities and communities of color bear a disproportionate burden of environmental burdens and lack many environmental benefits. And it is a movement that's principle-based and comes from the ground up under the principle that communities speak for themselves. So I think that's a good kind of, at least baseline to kind of think about when you're doing environmental justice at the federal level. It's a big challenge because, again, it's community-based and we're trying to make policy at the federal level. So I'm going to do a quick introduction of our panelists here. We're really lucky to have. First is Peggy Shepard, who is a giant in the EJ movement. And she's the co-founder and executive director of We Act for Environmental Justice, and has a long history of organizing and engaging Northern Manhattan residents in community-based planning and campaigns to address environmental protection and environmental health. She was appointed by the president to be on the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Board that advises the White House and the CEQ on environmental justice issues. And she's also the chair of that. She's also the chair of the New York City EJ Advisory Board, and was the first female chair of the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council, TEPA. She serves on the executive committee of the National Black EJ Network and the board of advisors for the Columbia Mailman School of Public Health. We also have here, we're lucky to have Dr. Nikki University Center for Urban Environment. God, I just realized, Nick, your bio is so long. But I think what I will say is like the Urban Center at John S. Watson provides support for EJ communities on both the state and national level. And Dr. Sheets is working on issues of particulate matter air pollution, climate change, cumulative impacts, developing legal strategies, and increasing the capacity of EJ communities to address these issues. He was a founding member of the New Jersey EJ Alliance, which just celebrated their 20th anniversary last week. Congratulations. The EJ Leadership Forum, the Environmental Justice and Science Initiative, the Building Equity and Alignment Initiative, which is a really important funding confab around EJ and foundations, and the Equitable, Just, and National Climate Platform. Both of them are part of the Equitable, Just, and Equitable and Just National Climate Platform with green groups, and the Coalition for Healthy Ports. You're like in every group, Nikki. And then he holds an undergraduate degree from Princeton and a master's degree in public policy, a law degree, and a doctorate in earth and planetary sciences from Harvard. So we're going to do something a little different than the previous panel. We're doing more of a conversational, I don't want to say it's a fireside chat, 'cause I don't like those, but like the idea is that I'm going to pose some questions and then we're going to have an informal discussion among us. We're going to do that, and then afterwards we'll take questions. There's in the center of the table those cards. Write questions down if you have them and bring them up here, and we'll get to them at the end. A couple of housekeeping items. CLEs. You have to sign in to get them for this, and at some point during this presentation, I will give you the password. It's like a game show, where that's the password for the CLE. And then after this panel, we'll be having lunch. Did I get everything housekeeping-wise? I think so. Okay. So I'm going to start by just kind of doing what Jalon probably would have done. Well, I can't imitate her, but at least to kind of give like a lay of the land of what the administration has done so far on environmental justice. So in my mind, I guess now I'm being myself, not Jalon, but like in my mind, I think the biggest shift that we've seen in this administration is centralizing environmental justice with the White House. As many of you might know, there's not many environmental justice federal laws. The ones that are out there are really executive orders from presidents. And Bill Clinton in 1992 issued Executive Order 12898, which was the first kind of federal level law on environmental justice. And in that approach, it required all federal agencies to develop a EJ plan and an EJ strategy within a certain amount of days from the executive order, and to direct resources around EJ, to bring EJ into decision-making, policy-making, whatnot. Most of that was centered with EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. And there was also a interagency advisory council to EPA on environmental justice as well. And well, we've seen over the years, there's been a number of improvements since that step was taken. At first, I mean, having agencies focus on environmental justice is a big thing. The issue is that many agencies, depends which agency you talk to. Some have a lot of environmental justice programs, some have none. And this is like almost 25 years after that executive order. Part of that probably, in my mind, is because there wasn't a lot of accountability from the executive branch. And of course, administrations change, but I mean, having it go through EPA as the clearinghouse of environmental justice made sense maybe 20 years ago, but that's not where we are today. Today we're in a place where we understand that justice and equity needs to be infused across all the work that we do, not just as organizations, but as a government. And so coming from the executive level, that is, in my mind, a major shift. So one of the first things Biden did when he came in office was he did Executive Order 14008, which many of you are probably familiar with because it has climate provisions in it, but it also had a lot of EJ provisions in them. One is the creation of WEJAC, which is the White House EJ Advisory Council that Nikki and Peggy are part of. And that reports directly, or they were all appointed by the president, and it reports directly to CEQ. And then they also created the Interagency Council, which also is seated within CEQ, and it has all of the heads of federal agencies in them. And as part of that, they also said in the executive order, Biden said in the executive order, that they're going to create an environmental justice scorecard, which is the first time in that I know of the intention to set metrics for performance when it comes to environmental justice for all the different agencies, and then to have an annual review of how they're doing. So do you have an EJ strategy? Do you have an EJ plan? Do you have an office of EJ? You know, there's many agencies that won't even cross that threshold right now, but there are others that have that built in. Other pieces that were in the executive order was it directed CEQ to create a climate economic justice screening tool to define what a disadvantaged community is, which is the term that this administration has chosen to where EJ falls into this term, disadvantaged community. And as you'll see from the early discussions about IRA and previous infrastructure bills too, disadvantaged communities is the key word of where a lot of these, where the requirements are to move funds to. So it's a big issue in the screening tool to identify who are disadvantaged communities that can benefit from these funds that many of these pieces of legislation have created. Inside this executive order too, it mentions Justice 40. I don't know how many of you are aware. The idea was to have 40% of federal spending by certain agencies and in certain issue areas like climate, energy, go to disadvantaged communities. Again, that term again, disadvantaged communities. Who is that, right? And who falls in that and that's one of the things that WEJAC has provided a lot of input on, probably at some point in this panel we'll talk about. And so those on its own, those steps have really centralized a lot of EJ actions at the federal level in the White House, which I think is an important thing to do. Whether it's effective is something we'll talk about later. I think what we've seen, like one pattern, and I guess Jalon wouldn't say it this way, this is how Al Huang would say it, is that this administration, I think so far, and we're almost halfway through the first term, or this term, they've made a strategic decision to really focus, and I guess it's no different in the climate field too, to focus more on investment versus regulatory action. There are probably various reasons for that politically, but I mean, it is interesting on the EJ side to really focus that. I mean, the Inflation Reduction Act, which we just spent the last panel discussing, directs almost $60 billion to disadvantaged communities. And that's one of the biggest signature actions this administration has taken. And I think it raises an interesting question, at least in the mind of environmental justice communities and advocates, is that like, well, can you achieve justice by throwing money at it and spending? And how do you do that? How do you track? How do you make sure that the funds spent result in the intended outcomes that you're seeking? And then in the EJ context, the questions I ask a lot are like, you know, what are the priorities of that community? It's not monolithic. Every community has their own goals and outcomes, but primarily, I mean, in my mind, the organizing principle is reduction of pollution, reduction of those burdens, right, and maintaining the character of the community without destroying the character of that community. They've done some other actions too. On Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, Department of Justice, for the first time, has an Office of Environmental Justice, and EPA as well as Department of Justice have recently put out a number of like legal tools around Title VI about how agencies should be thinking about what their Title VI obligations are. So Title VI of the Civil Rights Act says you can't use federal funds to either intentionally discriminate or result in discriminatory impacts. So from an environmental justice perspective, it's a huge way to enforce or at least to address environmental injustices. Other things I would say, like I mentioned before, the amount of money. There have been some kind of like actions they've taken, a lot of it through the bipartisan infrastructure bill. There was a lot of money that came out of that bill that went to addressing drinking water contamination, PFAS, lead pipes, and money to address septic issues, sewage issues in Lowndes County, Alabama. But on the whole, when you look at actual rulemaking, regulatory actions taken, I struggle in finding, you know, what are some EJ regulatory actions that have been taken during this administration. One of them, and I will point out because I think it's fair game, is the risk management plan. This is the chemical disaster rule under the Clean Air Act for facilities that are prone to different types of like explosions, accidents, spills. That being said, that started in the Obama administration, became dormant during the Trump administration, and now is going through the final stages of continue to advance that. That's a positive, but I think that's something that we'll talk about on this panel as well. So that's kind of maybe what Jalon would have said, maybe with less of the commentary on the side. But I think this kind of have the foundation now to kind of start posing questions at our great panelists here. So the first question we have here is like, it's no big surprise since I've pretty much framed it, right? But we're almost 2 years into the Biden administration. How would you describe the progress or lack of progress the administration has made on EJ? And what grade would you give them and why? And you know, this is for those who feel like grades are a good way to measure performance. I mean, some places don't do that, but for the sake of this exercise, I'll ask you guys to do that. So, Peggy, you want to go first? She's like, awesome, Al. Yeah.
Awesome, Al. What grade would I give? If I was honest, I would give a D, but I'll give a C.
Okay. Wow, okay.
Because I want to be a little more gracious.
Okay, now's the part where you explain why they had such a bad.
So why? So within the first 3 weeks of being appointed to the WEJAC, the WEJAC members, there are 25 of us, country, all ethnic groups. We got together in 3 weeks and gave 100 pages of recommendations of how Justice 40 should be implemented, what those eligible activities should look like, what we thought benefits were and were not. And it took a year to get a response to this. And the response was, in many cases, inadequate. So what is Justice 40 about? It's about really transforming the way the federal government takes actions. It's about considering benefits to communities that have been disinvested in for decades. Yet, you would think to do something that transformative, you have to restructure. You have to train people to do business not as usual, but business very differently, with different levels of consideration. But that has not happened. And that, I think, is really the crux of the problem, that structurally nothing has changed in any of these federal agencies to implement something so different, so transformative, and something that many of those agencies had never given one thought to in years. And so suddenly, they're supposed to develop a list of all of their programs that would be eligible for Justice 40. So not every program, say at the Department of Energy or Department of Transportation or Department of Interior, is subject. Only some of those, and they're allowed to choose those programs. So the other issue becomes, what is a frontline community, and what communities should be getting this benefit? And so there's a climate and economic justice screening tool that is still being developed. How many years now? 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. It's still being developed. And meanwhile, money from the Infrastructure Act, money from the IRA, and other pieces of legislation are going out the door. But we don't have the screening tool to say where what communities should get a benefit. And guess what? How many of you all could even define what a benefit is? So if we're going to give a scorecard, because that's one of the mandates we've been given to develop a scorecard, how do you develop a scorecard when every agency is thinking about benefits in a different way? Is a benefit the fact that you build a new highway and does that become a benefit? Or you close a highway and so perhaps air pollution is less uptown in Harlem. So is that what we would call a benefit that we're looking for? Most communities are looking for reduction in pollution. That's the benefit that most communities are looking for. And so there are many ways to think about benefits that can benefit everybody here in this room, and perhaps get a little benefit to a frontline community. So here in New York State, we have the Climate Leadership Community Protection Act. And right now, there are a number of work groups that are determining what a disadvantaged community is, and they also have a 35 to 40% minimum of investments that should go to frontline communities. But in New York is determining that a benefit can be dollars. I mean, generally, that's what we think about it as a benefit. So New York is saying, a benefit can be dollars. The federal government is not saying that. New York State is also saying when we do a screening tool, we're going to use race. Why would we use race? Well, race is what's gotten us in the position we're in right now. So if race is the reason that so many communities have pollution, we're not going to use race to determine where those communities are. So again, New York State is saying, yes, we're going to do that. Federal government is saying, no, we're not going to do that. It'll probably go to the Supreme Court. It would be overturned, and we would have no justice fording. So I've been going on a little long, so I'll stop here. But things have been very, very slow, very, very bureaucratic, hard to get responses within months sometimes of very simple questions. But we hope that we will have a new day with a new senior advisor who has been appointed, Jalon White Newsom, so perhaps now they will understand their deficits and try to fix them. Okay.
Thanks, Peggy. Nikki?
Well, first of all, I'm going to avoid the question and say I decline to give a grade. I'll give it incomplete. How's that?
That's almost more telling.
That's, well, let me tell you where I think we are. I think initially, I think the administration came in strong. I think they were the first administration that actually had a program in mind, Justice 40. I think they hired good people. They're still hiring good people. Close colleague and friends, Cecilia Martinez came in at CEQ, and I think that was a great hire. And so I think they came in for the first time of any administration with this kind of EJ plan in mind. And I think the money is a good thing, obviously. You need money for whatever you're going to do. So I think that's the good part. The but is, and I was trying to listen to the last panel. My old ears are not good, so I couldn't hear everything. The but is, and Al touched on this. So I'm more of a policy wonk person, and I worry that the policies are not out there good enough for the money to go into that will really help our communities. Right? So we're going to have to see what happens with that. And I worry because, and I think this is part of the discussion of the last panel, some of the climate solutions the administration is coming up with, the EJ community doesn't like, right? Carbon capture sequestration, hydrogen. And we worry that it will prolong the use of fossil fuel and it will actually help hurt EJ communities. Okay? And I have to mention the side deal. I don't know if you all heard the side deal that went along with the IRA. The deal is going to weaken NEPA, right? National Environmental Policy Act, which gives communities, now NEPA generally does not stop projects, but at least it guarantees participation from communities. And so it looks like that has a good chance of being weakened. So again, what's that going to do to communities? I think we're at an extremely important point here. And was Peggy talking about Justice 40, where's the accountability? How are we going to track the funds? What exactly are the funds going to be used for? Are the programs that we don't like, are the harms going to outweigh the benefits from the funds? So all those questions are up in the air, and they're up for grabs. So I hate to say we'll see, but I think that's where we are. I think we're at a pivotal point. I think the next 2 years will tell us a lot. And I think as an EJ community, we are we're gearing up to both cooperate and to fight. Right? Cooperate where it's going to be good for our communities. Cooperate to get that $60 billion to places we want it to be, and fight where we think things will harm our community. I'm glad I think they followed up. One great hire was Cecilia Martinez, who left, with another great hire, with Jelon White Newsom. But, as Peggy said, it's not one person now that's going to make the difference. Right? The agents, all the agencies and bureaucracy, which is famously slow. So we'll see. So Al, come back in 2 years. Maybe I'll have the courage to give you to give a grade. But I think we're right on the cusp, and we're gonna see.
Thanks. Well, I mean, we've kind of started talking about this, but this is kind of getting a little more specific regarding the Inflation Reduction Act. So far, you heard the last panel, it's the administration's kind of signature action on climate, but I think they've also put it out there, it's a signature action on environmental justice, too, as well. And there's a lot of provisions in there. We've talked about some of them. There's also some provisions in there that open up more pipelines, more drilling, more oil exploration. I'm curious, how, from the environmental justice community perspective, I mean, how do you organize and how do you build power around kind of like this mixed bag, right? And we talked earlier a little bit about what are the benefits, the fact that the screening tool isn't even deployed yet. And the money is, and they're writing the rules for how the money is to be released. And it's we don't even know how to make sure they get to the communities that actually they were intended for. And then other questions too, what are benefits? Is a job in itself a benefit, right? So I'm curious from each one of you, I'm not sure which one wants to take it first, about how EJ communities are reacting to IRA and why.
I think you should go to the wisest person on the panel first, which would be Peggy.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I can't mix up I have no discretion.
So there's a diversity of opinions. There's some people who see it as a total poison pill. There's some people who right now are organizing rallies to protest. Then there's some people who say we've never had environmental justice in legislation before. We've never had 60 or 80 billion, however much it is, that's going to something called environmental justice. Although, frankly, if someone had said, here's 60 billion for environmental justice, I don't think the things that they are listing as environmental justice would have been on my list. However, there are some good things that will certainly help. Energy debt relief, really important. More energy efficiencies, really important. This deal between Manchin and Schumer takes us many steps back. So you're going to have hydrogen hubs. And hydrogen, we're not talking about green hydrogen, we're talking about hydrogen that uses fossil fuels. We're going to have direct air capture hubs. We're going to have large amount of tax credits to small entrepreneurs to come into this field and really probably in the next 5 years create a whole economy based on carbon management. So we also see that there's going to be drilling, around fossil fuels. There's going to be impact in the Gulf Coast, impact on tribal lands. So you see a lot of the tribal groups really focused on protesting this legislation. But again, I have to say that there's some things here to celebrate, and there's others that we have to work against. So we act as working with Earth Justice. We are developing ads against the permitting side deal. So I should say there's a side deal that goes with the IRA around permitting. It would reduce the amount of time a community has to respond to 60 days. So I'm sure that many of you all have seen an environmental impact statement. You know that it can be up to 1,000 pages. It's done by engineers and a variety of technical folks. And suddenly, suppose any of you, even with your law background, was given this document and told that you had 60 days to respond, to write testimony, to help organize other community residents, to write cogent testimony that makes sense, that goes to the real issues, 60 days. So again, that cuts off community engagement. Not that a 2 or 3 minute testimony at a hearing is actually community engagement. So there are those kinds of issues in this permitting side deal that would also fast track pipelines as well. So there are a lot of bad things, and there are a lot of EJ communities who are simply saying, no, we don't want any of it. And of course, you've got states that are saying, we don't want any Justice 41. Just the way some states didn't want the Medicaid expansion. Some states are saying, we don't even want this. So again, we know that in the Gulf Coast, in red states, they'll be lucky to see any of this money or benefits to a frontline community. And we see the level of disinvestment. Look at Mississippi. I mean, that city has been disinvested in for decades by the state. And so now we have the situation we have.
Yeah, the challenge is in front of us. If the money's going to be out there, and we keep saying 60 billion, by the way, some, and I haven't read it myself yet, but some.
Say 47 or
Yeah, some EJ analysis says it's not that much, but more money we've ever had before. So again, where's that money going to go? How are we going to track that money? Where's accountability? All that's in front of us. The side deal, let's be blunt. The side deal says they don't want EJ involvement. I mean, that's what the side deal says, right? That you really don't want. You're trying to curtail EJ involvement. As Peggy, and so this hits a sore spot for me. Peggy said the 60 days. So I'm involved in a lot of comment writing, and you should know that the EJ community does not have the capacity of the environmental community when it comes to, writing comments and doing things like that, right? We have, we're limited in the amount of money we have and people we have. So 60 days may seem like a long time for you, but like Peggy says, it's not. If you wanted to do something for EJ communities, you would enlarge the time, right? You would have at least 90 days, and we really need longer. And remember, because people say, why you're going to enlarge to 90 days and 120 days? That's too long. That infrastructure is going to be in our communities for decades, maybe 100 years. And we can't get 3 months to write a comment? And they're going to shorten the time to write comments to get public engagement. And so, the worry is that with the things in the IRA that we don't like, the land lease agreements, who knows what's going to go in then, with the CCS, with the hydrogen, when you combine that with weakening NEPA, is more and more of these things going to be cited in EJ communities. And remember, that's the history of it. Right? That's the history. That's why we have more pollution, elevated levels of pollution in EJ communities, because we have more stuff cited in our communities than other communities. And so that's the real worry when you combine these two, money for CCS, hydrogen, for land lease agreements, and then you weaken NEPA at the same time. That's a real threat to EJ communities. So are we going to be able to capture the money, use it in a way that reduce pollution, both Al and Peggy said, in the way we want to, and are we going to be able to ward off the threats that the legislation provides to EJ communities? So we have a large task in front of us. We have the opportunities, but we have a lot of challenges also.
I mean, I know that it sounds pretty dire, but I think, a lot of the folks in this audience and the work that you do, that's really where I think the EJ community needs the most support in trying to like collectively using our resources to help kind of think through some of these thorny policy challenges, and also finding, you know, what is the way forward, like how with an understanding of how does the implementation of a program like this work, and how EJ folks can have access to it to make sure we meet some of those challenges. This is kind of, we're moving away from IRA a bit. It's getting a little depressing there. But what do you think the top priority EJ issues the administration should be focused on to advance EJ for the remainder of its term? So they've done what they've done so far. We've talked about a fair amount of that already. With the time that's left, and we don't know if there's going to be a second term, but what should be the priorities from an EJ community perspective that should be on the top of the list now that we've gotten these kind of big signature initiatives off the ground?
You started with the hard questions. You can go ahead and put the easy questions.
So two issues that are at the foundation, I believe, for environmental justice are permitting and cumulative impacts. So we need permitting change at the state level. So the federal government devolves its authority to states to enforce, you know, clean water, clean air, etc. The states permit these facilities without, I think, all of the considerations that they need to have for the health and safety of communities. We see that facilities that have decades of lack of compliance are automatically renewed instead of that being an intervention point to really pressure these facilities to comply or to shut down. But of course that doesn't happen, and it's not even a consideration. So if we don't change the way facilities are permitted, they will continue to really scar the health and the landscape of our communities across this country. When we think about cumulative impacts, what we're talking about is that media is regulated, you know, air is regulated here, water is regulated there, soil is regulated here, but no one is looking at, well, if you've got 10 landfills in one community, perhaps each landfill says it's in compliance, but then what's the impact of 10 landfills in one community? So nobody has ever really looked at that cumulative impact on the health and safety of a particular community. And so if you have 10 landfills and then you have water pollution, you have soil pollution, you can understand why so many communities have glaring health disparities. And of course, the Harvard study last year demonstrated why so many people of color here in New York and elsewhere died of COVID, because air quality in PM2.5 is an important contributing factor to the exacerbation of COVID. So again, we continue to know the impact of air toxins on our health, and we do nothing. So to me, permitting and cumulative impacts are two foundational concepts that if they don't change, nothing will change throughout our communities.
Yeah, so double down on the cumulative impacts. At some point, you know, when you have multiple sources of pollution in your neighborhood, at some point the government has to step in and say, we're not going to give a permit to another one. Right? At some point you have to say, no, this community has more than its fair share of pollution, and we're not going to put more here. And we should point out that New Jersey has adopted a groundbreaking cumulative impacts law. We actually I talked about comments. The New Jersey EJ community just submitted our comments week before last on the regulations that were issued. New York has a law that can be even stronger. Hopefully it's going to be signed soon. So So on the federal level, they should look at what the states are doing and take notice and emulate that. And at least please don't undercut us. Don't do something less on the federal level that will stop progress in the states. So cumulative impacts, that's one. Another is climate change mitigation policy from an EJ perspective. So we've been saying for years that there has to be a way to address power plants that are located in EJ communities or whose emissions detrimentally impact EJ communities. We have to identify them and force them to reduce their emissions, right? Because they are contributing to the disproportionate pollution load in EJ communities. So we're not on the same page with the administration on climate change policy, right? They're talking about CCS and hydrogen. We're talking about reducing emissions from power plants in EJ communities. Now, to be fair, there's been a little bit of movement in that direction, but just not nearly enough. A third thing is that, and this follows from the first two, right? Because we're talking about lowering pollution in EJ communities through addressing cumulative impacts and emissions from power plants. And I should say, it's not just power plants in the electricity generating sector. That's what we've talked about so far. But for climate change overall, we still got to address mobile sources and how are we going to make sure that we get those emissions reductions in EJ communities. And again, what we're after is reductions not only of the carbon dioxide, but the cold pollutants that are emitted along with the carbon dioxide, the particulate matter, the nitrogen oxides, the sulfur dioxide. That's what we want to reduce along with the carbon dioxide to improve the health in EJ communities. But you see the way we talk about this. We keep saying in EJ communities. Whenever there is an environmental policy or law that's going to result in benefits, there should be EJ language in there that guarantees we're going to get, the EJ communities are going to get their fair share of the benefits. But we can't just assume, oh, well, this is going to benefit everyone, so it will benefit EJ communities. Have you lived in the United States? That's not how it works, right? Racism is so insidious, and classism is so insidious that it corrupts those kind of policies. And the best case scenario is we don't get as much reduction as other people get. The worst case scenario is that stuff actually increases. So now, whenever we look at a policy, we're like, where is the EJ language? I hear you about your good intentions, but show me, what was that commercial? Show me, I won't repeat. Show me the EJ.
Where's the beef?
Yeah.
Now show me the money. That's
right. Either way, show me the EJ language that's going to guarantee we get benefits in communities of color and low-income communities. So that should happen across the board, and that's something we're trying to get implemented at every policy and law and regulation that comes out.
So you said Peggy got the hard one, so I'm going to go back to you on this one, Nikki, because can you describe, it's actually not hard, you know it, but many folks here, you mentioned the cumulative impact law in New Jersey. Can you just explain to folks here how that works? Because I think when it comes to cumulative impacts policies, many people are aware of what they are, but they're like, well, how would you integrate that into siting and permitting? Yeah.
So there are several ways you can do it. So this is the way that the law does it in New Jersey. First, it identifies communities that are called overburdened communities, but they're really what we would call EJ communities because they are defined by race and income. Then if you want to get a new permit, pollution permit, major pollution permit in those communities, or you want a renewal of a permit or a permit that's going to expand those facilities, you have to do an EJ analysis. And EJ analysis basically compares the pollution in the community that will host, right? So this is an EJ community, where a plant wants to locate. And so you're going to compare the pollution that's there in that community, the pollution that would be added, and is it higher than in other communities? If it's higher, then if it's higher and the plant contributes to that pollution, then if they're asking for a new permit, they're going to be denied. If they're asking for a permit renewal or a permit for expanded facility, then they can't be denied. And that's an improvement with the New York law.
That's what the New York one's about.
Right, I understand that they can be denied, at least for renewal. But New Jersey, they can't be denied, but you can place conditions on it.
So wait, so is it a mandatory denial, or does the agency have discretion to make the?
No, it's shall. And that was great, and that, I mean, look, we would accept it. Yeah, may would have been a big improvement, right? But the shall was, and let's be clear, one reason we got the shall in New Jersey was because we were doing this we were going to get a law, but we've been at this, right, Peggy, for a decade and a half now. We started in New Jersey in 2007, so a long time coming. But this happened in the midst of the Black Lives Matter movement. And so it made it more politically possible to get a more stringent law. And so the regulations came out in the summer, and we think the regulations were pretty good. But, let me say that. I'm talking too long. Let me just say this.
Well, I did ask you the question.
Yeah, you okay. For the regulations, we think the regulations are pretty good, are good. I'm not going to qualify that. We think the regulations are good, the proposed regulations. But industry has come in and is trying to undermine the regulations by asking if they can, by saying they should be able to trade jobs for pollution. So they should be able to come into a community and say, well, we want to add to the pollution load, but we're going to compensate you with jobs. Now, this has been a long-standing feud, right, between the EJ community and industry. A lot of times the jobs don't happen. What kind of jobs are you talking about? And for me, almost more importantly, no other community is asked to do that. We don't go to other communities and say, if you take this pollution that will make you sick and kill some of you, we will give you the jobs you need. I'm starting to get mad already. You know what I call that? I call that extortion. And so industry came in the last minute and wanted to, and DEP, New Jersey DEP, Department of Environmental Protection, to their credit, had rejected that during the lead up. And now industry comes in again and wants to introduce that again. So hopefully the state will stand firm on that and issue the regulations and not include that economic exception.
Thanks.
Yeah, I also just say on that the New York State law, because it does say that permit renewals, you could shut a facility down, may not be signed by the governor. And without some amendments, apparently there was some overeager young legislative aides who wrote that because
Without approval?
EJ folks really wouldn't, because we would know that wasn't going to fly. And so now I think they're going to have to be some tweaking before we try to get the governor to sign it, and it has to be signed by the end of December. Otherwise, we start all over again from scratch in January if the bill isn't signed by December.
You know, this raises, I mean, I think it's the same in the traditional environmental field too, is that when administrations change federally, a lot of the action happens locally because you can't get those things. But now we're in an administration where they've prioritized this. And although it's not perfect, I mean, you still got to keep moving the local solutions because the federal level solutions aren't going to fill those spaces in. And so, I mean, since it is Climate Week and we've talked about climate a lot here, I mean, and I think we've touched on this a bit, but I'll ask the question again. And by the way, if you have questions, you can bring them up here right now so we can start queuing them up. But on the issue of climate, I mean, what are the key priorities of EJ communities and how does that line up with the administration priorities? I mean, I think we've talked about several different things, but I mean, I'll give one more chance to kind of weigh in if there's anything that we've missed. I mean, I haven't heard much about adaptation or resilience work, and I know that both of you have done work in that area too.
Yeah, I was on a panel yesterday where there was a discussion of adaptation and how so many people saw adaptation as sort of throwing up your hands that we're really going to be able to mitigate climate change. New York hasn't done the best job it could do. A lot of people still are not back in their homes after Hurricane Sandy. The way the federal government and FEMA and a lot of the emergency services have come in has not been effective, especially in the South, not so much here. I think here.
Or
it's
Puerto
just-
Rico, I mean, what's happening right now.
Oh, Puerto Rico, I mean, it's a crime what's going on there. So I would say that, we've been effective with electrification. We've got Local Law 97. We've been trying to ensure that they're not going to do a cap and trades situation, which they've been studying for building decarbonization. My organization contributed to a gas ban at the city council, so all of new construction cannot use gas. We have a similar bill pending at the state level as well. So really strong on building decarbonization, electrification, looking at indoor air quality issues of gas stoves. And we've been doing a pilot study on swapping out gas stoves for electric induction and heat pumps, and looking at the improvement in air quality. So we're about to launch a report on that study that we've done. So, really focused here in New York on building decarb, because obviously I think something like 80% of our emissions are from buildings, unlike other regions or other cities. So, that's certainly what we are focused on, in addition to getting an environmental justice law that created the New York City task force, and that also has created a citywide study of frontline communities that is just now getting underway. So again, as we started under the Trump administration, really hunkering down at the state level to make some progressive things happen, that continues, even with the Biden administration certainly being stronger on these issues, but again, still taking a step back in many cases.
Nikki?
And we are in New Jersey, we actually want to emulate you, Peggy, about the building emissions reduction. We have a great new executive director of New Jersey EJ Alliance, and she talks about that a lot. And we had our 20th anniversary celebration last week, and they let this guy speak, this character speak. That was me, about forming a work group in New Jersey around what we call mandatory emissions reductions. The idea that, I said earlier, that identifying those power plants that detrimentally impact EJ communities and forcing those plants to reduce. So we're gonna, we've been talking about that for years. We've been trying to work on it for years. We have not had luck in New Jersey yet. We're gonna try again, and hopefully we'll have some partners that will help us. I guess it doesn't hurt to say one of our strategies is to get more support from social justice organizations, especially of-color social justice organizations that don't traditionally work in the environment. And that's, that essentially is an organizing project. And one of our big problems, again, Al, you asked about adaptation, is, we just don't have the capacity that the environmental community does. So we would love to work on capacity too, on adaptation too, but do we have the capacity to organize, do the organizing we need to do around the climate change mitigation policy? And to do adaptation? No, not right at the moment. For adaptation, after Sandy, we did hold what we call the Sandy Climate Justice Roundtable in New Jersey, because a lot of the discussion, 90% of the discussion, was around what happened on the shore in New Jersey. And hey, that was cool. I mean, you needed that discussion, but there was very little talk about concerning what happened in the EJ communities and in the New Jersey cities. So we did hold a series of meetings around that and came up with a lot of recommendations. And probably the premier one is that we need to have adaptation and emergency plans developed on a community level. And by community, we don't mean municipal level. We don't mean the city level. We mean on the community level. And we need to find ways to help community groups and community members be active in putting together those plans.
So we have about 10 minutes left here, and we have some questions from the audience. As you were saying that, I was thinking, I mean, what is interesting to me, though, is that, like, when there's all this federal level action on EJ, it puts EJ groups in a tough spot where you have to participate in that. And it's really time consuming. I mean, just the WEJAC, how much time you guys have spent on that. And there's all this incredible stuff happening at the local level, right? And like what kind of strain that puts on EJ groups to be able to do, I mean, you have to engage at the federal level, but then all this stuff at home, all this great stuff you're talking about at the local level, it just stretches your resources across. And I think that's something else to think about for a lot of folks in this audience who are thinking about, like, are there ways that we could help support?
And you know, I think a lot of that accountability that we're talking about, you know, where's the money going to go, and a lot of that's going to happen on the local level. Yeah.
Okay, so the first question, unfortunately, I'm sorry, I can't read everything in here, but because it's like I wrote it myself. But like it says, it generally says you talked about benefits to frontline communities and burdens. Can you please comment on proposed congestion pricing that would reduce Manhattan pollution, but could import pollution to other communities, such as the Bronx? So I think the question generally is, with the idea of congestion pricing, where do EJ communities fall in that? And I mean, unfortunately, this might fall on Peggy Lomark. She's
Yeah, you know, under Bloomberg, when congestion pricing as a concept first began, We Act in Harlem did a report with the Earth Institute to look at whether, in fact, people would drive to Harlem or the Bronx, park, and then, you know, take a train down into Midtown. And we found that that would not be the case. I know that a lot of legislators in the Bronx fear that that may happen, but we have not seen any evidence.
So people won't drive to outer boroughs, increase traffic there, and then commute into Manhattan?
We haven't seen that in the modeling.
Yeah.
So, but I think the other issue that's been a really important one has been whether lower income people living in the outer boroughs, where there is not enough bus and subway service, will they be, further oppressed by driving in, getting this other fee that they can't afford? But again, we don't have enough transit in their neighborhoods for them not to drive. And so that has been, I think, a big issue, and I think that's getting considered in a number of ways. Some people are looking at, well, if you receive a certain amount of government or certain types of government benefits, that you would be exempt. And there are other ways of capturing the license plates and linking that with government subsidies. So that's still an issue on the table. that's being considered right now. So that's what I know about congestion pricing.
That's pretty good. I just got to know here for me, the CLE code is distribution. This is like a game show. Distribution. That's the password. The password is distribution. We have another question here. Thanks so much for all your work. Okay. Question one. So sorry I edited that. Do you have recommendations for how we could quickly build the capacity of EJ groups to prepare comments, et cetera, in the way that Nikki notes? And I think the second, then there's a second question. I guess I'll just do it because we're short on time here. Given that Manchin's siting bill is bad for EJ frontline communities, what should we do about the pressure that will come with the dramatic increase in clean energy siting as the IRA rolls out? So I think one is about this capacity piece. How can folks help EJ groups in capacity issues? The second one is for Manchin's siting bill. What should we do about the pressure that will come with the dramatic increase in clean energy siting as IRA rolls out? So I'm assuming when you say clean energy siting, you're talking about all of those different technologies that we talked about earlier, CCS, like hydrogen, whatnot. Yeah.
Well, I think NYU could have a fellowship program where many of you could be placed in an environmental justice organization. That would be helpful. Law clinics are helpful, but they're on a semester basis, and quite generally, I might get a call tomorrow asking me to come and testify in Congress in 2 days. And so a law clinic can't turn something around that quickly. And most EJ groups do not have attorneys or senior level policy people in their organizations. So again, that's another reason why doing testimony and environmental impact statements are so difficult for our communities, because we don't have that expertise. It could take you a month or two to find pro bono help, just to go through those bureaucracies. So, certainly a law school could provide fellowships that could really make a difference in so many of our organizations. So, Al, start making that happen here.
Whoever wrote that question. Okay. No, I was kidding. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think that's always been one model, is the fellowships.
That's more of a complicated question than it sounds. In the short run, we are doing some of that already, right? We're Peggy and I are in the Equitable and Just National Climate Platform. So we're teaming up with environmental groups. Al was doing that when he was at NRDC, and is going to be doing that again here.
That's why I came to.
That's why. Still, you shouldn't have asked that, because, see, this is close and dear to my heart. Let me say a couple of things. It's still really challenging to us. It's challenging to build up capacity. Even that, because that's almost like a full-time job, hiring people. So it takes, and hiring the right person. So it takes a while to do that. Then, I mentioned the comments that we submitted a couple of weeks ago in New Jersey. We partnered with Earth Justice on that. But it still took Earth Justice and then a lot of our capacities in the EJ community, because we did more extensive comments than usual, to get those comments in. I mean, we focused on that all summer, basically. And that took up the capacity of our organization. We didn't do a whole lot of other stuff, because we were working on that. Teaming up with environmental groups, that sounds good. Oh, we're going to team up. But not many people in environmental groups are trained in EJ like Al is. And we think differently. So we can't just turn it over to the environmental group and say, okay, read this and do EJ comments. I found through experience that does not work, because we really think about these things differently. So we're going to have to train people. I don't know, Peggy will have a better idea now where we should start with this, Peggy. We're training people to think like EJ folks do. And so when you see a document, you can look at it and interpret it the way an EJ person would. And that's what Peggy was saying. So some of this stuff we still have to do ourselves, even with the help. The last thing, so maybe this is an advertisement for the students in NYU Law School. The other thing I'll say is that sometimes I will do comments because, you know, Earth Justice will do comments, or NRDC will do comments like 30 or 40 pages long. Those are like the comments we submitted 2 weeks ago. I'll do comments, they'll be like 4 or 5 pages long. And sometimes I think, why am I doing this? Well, a couple of reasons. One, because it really does represent the EJ point of view. And another thing, I gotta say, I just want to prove that people of color can consistently write comments and can consistently hang in there on these issues, right? And say, hey, we have a voice and we have something to say and we can do this. So we need help from people of all colors, students here, but we need particular help from students of color because those are the communities we're working in, right? You know, and it would be nice if we had people that look like those communities, work in those communities, and, you know, cooperate with those communities, and that stuff also.
Yeah, it's really not having the lived experience. So I would invite all of you all to take a bus trip to Cancer Alley, because if you do that, you will understand all of these issues instantly, and you will never, ever forget what you saw.
So that's a 16, 17-mile strip from Baton Rouge to New Orleans, where there's like over 160 plus like petrochemical facilities sited along lands that were traditionally settled by black communities in the Deep South. So that's what she's talking about. Well, that's all the time we have, and we're also standing between lunch and everyone, between lunch. So thank you, everyone, for, thank you, Peggy and Nikki, not everyone, Peggy and Nikki for the panel, and if everyone can give them a good round of applause to thank them for their time.
Thanks, everyone, for listening. Right?
They have no choice.
Oh, okay.
in person or joining us online. In a minute, I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker, but first, I need to give you some quick housekeeping items and instructions. So our keynote speaker is going to talk about 20-25 minutes, and then we are going to have a moderated Q&A. You all have index cards in front of you, so if you have questions to ask Commissioner Phillips, please write them down, and my colleagues and I will collect them. Importantly, for those of you who are interested in CLE instructions, if you're in person or if you're online, if you are in person, you have to sign in and out for each panel. And if you are online, you have to listen for a code that our moderator is going to give at some point during this session. And that code you will have to enter into an information form, which you can find on Policy Integrity's website. All right. Without further ado, I'm super excited to be introducing our keynote speaker, Commissioner Willie Phillips. Commissioner Phillips was nominated to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission by President Biden and confirmed by the U.S. Senate on November 16, 2021. Before that, he was serving as the chairman of the D.C. Public Service Commission. Pretty much any of the big regulatory roles you can think of in the energy policy industry, from a Public Service Commission to the North American Reliability Corporation to the Board of Directors of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, he has done it. So he's an expert on bulk system, he's an expert on the retail side of the energy policy, he's an expert on corporate governance, and we're honored to have him to talk about his views on where FERC is going in this new era of climate and energy policy. So with that, please give a big applause for Willie Phillips.
Hello, everybody. We'll try that one more time. Hello, everybody. Well, there we go. We'll get it right. Everybody, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for that warm introduction. You know, a few years ago, I had the pleasure to share the stage with you when we were talking about carbon pricing at that time. And so, you know, she showed me up then. So, you know, I'm glad that you're down there. And I know I just said it, but again, it's a pleasure to be here. I look forward to the moderated discussion. I'm just going to give a few brief remarks. I will try my best to maintain your interest as I can. Before I begin, I'm required to give a couple disclaimers. First of all, the comments that I give, they are my own. I'm one of 5 commissioners. Our orders speak for the commission. I'm not speaking for the commission here today. Other thing I want to just, express concern just one time to say, try not to ask about any pending matters before the commission. Our ex parte rules do not allow me to discuss those here. So with that being said, it's not lost on me that I've joined the commission at a pivotal moment. I've been at the commission now about 9 months, and we're in the middle of this energy transition, which I understand you're talking about a little bit today. But not only do we see the shifting landscape of the energy space, we're also seeing the impacts of the Russian-Ukraine war and what that's done to the global energy markets around the country and around the world. I mean, we see rising inflation. We've seen accelerated resource retirements, supply chain issues. We've seen landmark legislation to address inflation and some of these issues. And I think the reason why I raise all this is this. All of this has happened just in the last 9 months since I joined the commission. We are truly in a historic period. And I think that some people would say, for many folks around the world, we're looking at a potential energy crisis. And there are lots of reasons we can talk about. And I was just in Europe a few weeks ago, and I talked to some of the European regulators about some of the challenges that they face with their clean energy transition and really grappling with supply resource shortages for this coming winter and what to do about it. We know that Russia and Putin, they're using this fuel supply shortage as a weapon, as a tool to try to break Europe. And I'm telling you, being in the room with these regulators, they're really struggling with what to do to come up with an answer. And I'll tell you, this global energy crisis, it's not limited to just Europe. If you look at our New England states, I was there last week in Vermont, where we talked about, resource adequacy and some of the challenges that they're facing with this winter. They have some of the same challenges that they have in Europe. They rely upon LNG injections in the winter to meet their generation needs. They have an uncertain LNG and natural gas market in the future, and they're really just hoping for a mild winter so that they won't have blackouts this winter. Some people say, and I think that it's true, we're at a turning point. We're at a turning point, and we have to decide right now if we're going to do what we need to do to make the decisions to get us where we need to go 20 years from now so that we can achieve our climate goals, so that we can help empower and fuel the clean energy transition. One other point I'll make before I jump into, really what some of my priorities are, is that for many of the regulators around the country, and I've been a state regulator, as was mentioned, this is the first energy crisis that we've seen in this net zero clean energy transition period. This is the first energy crisis. It parallels what happened in the 1980s early on. But there's a lot of opportunity here, but there's also a lot of education that needs to happen with our commissioners, with our regulators. And so I'm so glad to be here at NYU Law and to see you all focused on these issues. I have to tell you, there aren't a lot of law schools that'll do a FERC speech, just to let you know. But the one other thing I could say, seeing all of these crises unfold around the world, here's what I know is crystal clear. It is not a question of whether we can secure our fuel resource mix or plan for a sustainable future. I'm here to tell you that we can and that we must do both. So how do we do it? I think it's going to take bold leadership. I think it's going to require us to get out of our silos. I don't think that we can afford any longer to sit back. For those people who are just making money off the problem, they can't just continue to make money off the problem. And for those people who think they're right and won't compromise with the other side, I think we have to look at the bigger picture. And I would even suggest to you that the differences that we have when it comes to those things that really matter, like reliability, I don't think we are as far apart as our politics might suggest. And to give you an example, I was just at the White House the other day, and we were celebrating, quite frankly, the public rollout of the IRA. And I can't overstate to you the impact that this legislation can have on the work that we're trying to do at FERC in this space. If you think about the investments that could be made in EV deployment, renewable energy deployment, environmental justice communities, I think that we have a significant piece of legislation to implement. As for FERC and what we're doing in this space, we're addressing these issues and other issues head on. Whether it be climate impacts or environmental justice, whether we're talking about grid reliability or cybersecurity, or aging infrastructure or advanced technologies. FERC has proceedings addressing all of these issues. Now, I won't bore you and talk about them all, but I want to hit a few highlights if we have a little bit of time. As many of you know, my regulatory philosophy is this. We have to prioritize reliability while at the same time advancing affordability and sustainability. To put it another way, if reliability and affordability suffer, then sustainability will also suffer. And so it's incumbent upon us to, these co-equal, these three legs of a stool, if you will, they're all important to the overall operation. And I think that renewable energy resources, they're already playing a significant role in our fuel resource mix. And with the IRA, it's only going to grow. And I think this is a good thing. It's a great thing. But it's not without its challenges. And so what I'm trying to do, what FERC is trying to do, is to think proactively about how to solve for these difficult challenges. I think the first challenge that we have to solve for is transmission and interconnection queue reform. Now, you may have noticed that FERC issued 2 notices of proposed rulemaking, or NOPRs, earlier this year, one to address transmission and other to address interconnection. Transmission is important because if we're going to have these renewable resources and get that energy from quite long distances sometimes to where the people are, we have to build out. This build out is going to be costly and it's going to take time. Right now, it takes anywhere from 5 to 10 to 15 years to complete one long duration transmission project. If we're looking for a 2035, 100% renewable energy mix, the math doesn't add up, does it, sir? It simply doesn't add up. And so what we're trying to do is accelerate this process of transmission reform and build out. You agree? She agrees. And one of the things that we have to do is we're proposed to direct transmission planners to not just plan in the but to look at the regional transmission process, to look long-term, and to consider, to take into consideration the state public policy goals that we know are on the books. Now, this doesn't require transmission planners to pick one policy over another. But what this does is say we want to look at the real world, the reality that's on the ground. In the District of Columbia, we're looking to move to 100% renewable energy by 2032, even faster than President Biden's goal. The planners in our region have to take that into consideration. For interconnection queue reform, we have this serial process that we use, and it's a bottleneck that's holding us back from unleashing the full potential of all of the renewable resources that are in our interconnection queue. What we're trying to do is uncork that bottleneck. Right now, we know that 80% of the renewable energy projects, and most of the projects in the queue are renewable energy projects, they will never be built. And here's the reason. It's a shell game being played. You have operators submit a project to get into the queue, knowing that it would never be built, because they know if they're lucky and they get selected, they will get caught holding the bag for a very expensive upgrade of the system. Those people behind and those people in front get a free ride. So what you have is people submit their project, they withdraw their project, and then the whole system has to be restudied, and you have to put forward a new plan, and then they do it again and again and again. Wash, rinse, repeat. What we propose to do is to move away from this serial approach to a clustered approach, where you review first ready, first served basis, so that we can bring these projects on faster, get more renewable resources in the system faster. Another component, and I'm talking a lot about reliability, and I do believe that reliability is job number one, but we also have to focus, I believe, on cybersecurity. In talking about the war between Russia and Ukraine, the one thing we know that Russia is doing well, quotes, well, is cyber attacks. The cyber threat to Ukraine is ever present. We know from reading the clips, and we get reports all the time, that all of these attacks are happening, some being stopped, some are being successful. What we know is this, is that when this war is done, or even before it's done, Russia's going to do what with those cyber tools? What are they going to do? Where are they going to point them? To the United States, to our allies. And it's not just Russia, it's China, and other adversaries. We know this. We already know this. So what we have to do, there's nothing more important to me than making sure that we secure our bulk electric system from the cyber threat. FERC does this with a two-pronged approach. Number one, we have mandatory reliability standards. And number two, we have collaboration with our stakeholders. Now, we can talk about reliability standards. They're critical infrastructure protection standards. They're extremely important. They represent the floor. What I'm interested in is making sure our utilities reach for the top. Now, why is this important to the transition? The same cyber threats that our traditional utilities face, our new facilities, our new clean energy companies, they're going to have to solve for those same issues as they come online. So it's important that we make sure that our critical infrastructure control systems, that we're making sure that we're monitoring the malware that's placed on these systems, lying in wait. You don't have to look any further than Colonial Pipeline to see the impact that a cyber threat can have on our daily lives and disrupt our economy, disrupt our government. There are three questions that you have to ask yourselves, and all of you that are students, they're going to be general counsels and CEOs of companies one day. And so I want to give you a couple questions to put in your quiver when you go forward and do your next chapter in your life. These are the three things I say you need to ask yourself. You need to ask yourself, do you know who's targeting you and what they are targeting you with? Do you know what to do about it? What are the best practices to employ to stop it? And do you know what the most critical portions of your systems are? Because you are not going to be able to protect everything all the time. Now, to answer these questions, most companies, most organizations, institutions like this school, they turn to the government. That's DHS, NERC, FERC, and other partners. We're here because we're here to help. We can do things like come, help you do audits of your system to determine what are the best practices that you need. We do tabletop exercises. These are just some of the ways and examples that we can be involved to help us be prepared for what we know are the coming cyber threats. The last thing I want to talk about before we get into the Q&A is something that I'm very glad to see getting more and more attention at the Commission and across the industry, and that's environmental justice. I think we always have to keep top of mind as we do our work, the impact that we have on those that are less fortunate. I don't know if y'all know anything about me, but I grew up in Alabama in a very rural and very poor community. You know, it's so funny, I didn't even know that I was poor because everybody around me was, until I went to college. Then I realized, well, there are people that actually have a little bit of money in this world. But I can tell you firsthand, I know the impact that government regulations and rules can have on people. It can have on homeowners. It can have on landowners. And so when I do my work, it's always top of mind how we're going to deal with that. And it's something that I implore you. When I started in this industry, I was reluctant to make environmental justice a priority for me. It was always something I considered. I have no choice but to consider it. But I wanted to be taken serious. I didn't want to be the commissioner that's only focused on environmental justice. But then there was a moment when I had a meeting with a mentor, and he pointed out to me that my comfort in this space was an enemy to the work that I was supposed to be doing. And that if it was not for me, then who was going to do it? And so when I go out and talk now, I talked this morning to a group of executives. I told them I'm paying attention to your commitment to workforce development. I'm paying attention to your board. I'm paying attention to the entry-level positions that you hire because it matters. And the reason why it matters, the reason why representation matters diversity matters is that if you value innovation, there's studies, even if you value profit, diversity helps all of those goals. We make better decisions when we have a diversity of body and mind in the room. So with that, I look forward to your questions. I thank you so much for inviting me. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for that, Commissioner Phillips. Before we get started, I'm going to give the CLE code so I don't forget. It's wholesale. It's fitting for this topic. So I want to start with sort of a big question, and you touched on this a little bit. In light of the IRA's passage, how does FERC's agenda change? You mentioned a lot of the things that have been part of the modernizing agenda: public participation, transmission, gas, ancillary services, capacity market reform. You can go on and on. I know you said transmission and interconnection is one of the things you think is the most important. Are there others that you think will have the most impact or be the most important in light of the IRA? And which ones do you think should be prioritized to achieve the goals of the statute and ensure a reliable transition?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question and thank you for the dialogue. Can you hear me, everybody? The IRA, as I said, is so critically important. I think it gives us a real chance to meet our goals. The one thing I would say for FERC and our work, how it will change, I think we really need to look at doubling down our efforts on transmission reform, on interconnection reform. If the IRA works the way that it's intended to work, right? If we see the investments in EVs, in geothermal, if you talk about EJ communities solving for some of the clean air issues that they have in their communities. If it works the way it's supposed to, we're going to need even more transmission than we thought. And so I think that's the first thing that FERC can do, is accelerate the process that we already have ongoing. I would also think that reliability is going to continue to be important. And what I mean by that is, when you have a lot of intermittent resources coming onto the system, I think we have to account for how your accreditation of these resources to make sure that you're valuing them appropriately, or you can inadvertently create reliability issues. So I think we have to keep an eye on that. And the third thing is cybersecurity. Again, like I said, it's going to be just as important for the clean energy community as it is for the traditional utility community.
If you could get further legislation, tomorrow from Congress, directed at FERC, what would it be? What would you wish for?
You're going to make me a legislator for a day. Folks over here can't see me. If I were to ask for one piece of legislation, go ahead and answer it. I think top of mind for me is reliability standards for the gas transmission space. We have mandatory standards for electric utilities. I worked on that for a number of years at NERC. I think since the 2003 East Coast blackout, we've seen great strides happen in that space. I think that our gas utilities could benefit from similar regulation. Like I said, again, look at what's happened with Colonial Pipeline. There were not mandatory cybersecurity standards in place. And we can argue about whether or not standards would have prevented that incident. I think what's clear is that there's a gap in our system, and so that's something that I will address. I think weatherization, if you saw what happened down in Texas with Winter Storm Uri, simply unacceptable what happened in this, in 2020. And so I think that legislation to make sure that people are doing what they need to do to weatherize their systems probably makes sense.
And is there any legislation that you'd like to get that would help you do that?
Yeah, I think that you could, again, there's standards that are being promulgated. These standards are minimum standards. I think it would be helpful if you had legislation come in on top and require a higher standard. Perhaps even maybe I would consider, when you talk about cybersecurity, incentives for utilities to do all that they can. Think about this. About 2 weeks ago, folks in one of the major cities in Ukraine, they woke up without power at the flip of a switch. You know, if that can happen here, I'm not trying to be alarmist, but we have to make sure that we're protected against it.
So the Joint Federal State Task Force on Electric Transmission has been a novel way to bring states and commissioners together to consider important reforms that are relevant to both federal and state authority. Are there other issues that you think might benefit from the creation of these kinds of task forces?
You know, I have to say, I have enjoyed the Joint Federal State Task Force on Transmission more than I thought I would. It's about as boring as it sounds, I'm gonna tell y'all, all right? But to be clear, one thing that happened that surprised me about the task force is that when you walked in the room, everybody sort of knew what their position was gonna be, right? And there were issues, I can think of several issues where I thought this is gonna be a knockout, drag-out argument and fight, and no one's gonna agree. And then once we ran around the room and everybody had a chance to weigh in and talk about it, some consensus started to form. You know, so I think that it's very, very valuable to do these sort of out-of-the-box, unorthodox task force. So if I were going to do it, I think I would definitely I think there are opportunities to increase state-federal coordination on cybersecurity. That'd be the first one. If you think about it, states do not have the same obligations that the federal government has in the cyberspace. Okay, so as a state commissioner, oftentimes when it comes to receiving information from a utility, you can FOIA that information, and that information becomes public. Well, if you're talking about critical infrastructure protection information, right, that's something that if I'm a state regulator, I don't even want my hands on it because that may become public, and then it may become the basis for some type of attack. I think hearing from the federal government, hearing from state commissioners in that task force setting, it would be helpful to try to work towards some resolution on some of those thorny issues. I'm trying to think of other issues that I'd like to have a state task force on. That's the one that jumps out at me. That
that's a good one.
That's a good one?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have sort of a related question from the audience, and this audience member asked how your views have changed on the federal-state roles now that you are on the other side of the, quote, bright line for FPA nerds.
You know, that is an excellent question. When you think about, you know, what happens upstream, if you will, with the federal government is directly related to what happens downstream in the state government. I mean, I think we have similar missions. We all have to ensure, you know, reliable service at just and reasonable rates. You know, that's the core mission of FERC. At the DC Public Service Commission, we had a similar mission, except for we did make one change, I'm proud to say, with our mission. We required that every decision that the DC Public Service Commission made, we had to take into consideration our public climate commitments and global warming. That's something that we changed the mission of the commission. And so I'm proud to say that. But there are issues that overlap, certainly. I think when I was in private practice, I was focused on representing my clients. When I went to the DC Public Service Commission, of course, when I went to NERC, I had just one client, and we were focused just singularly on that issue that we did at NERC. When I went to the DC Commission, that kind of all flipped. And whereas before I wasn't concerned that much about cost, just making sure that the lights came on when you flipped the switch, when I was at DC Commission doing retail service, I cared a lot about how much things cost, because y'all people, and y'all might not be paying bills right now, but you will one day. And I'm telling you, folks know where you live when you live in a small community like District of Columbia. They'll come to your house and let you know that they're not happy about it. So I cared quite a bit, you know, and I'll be honest with you, that has carried over for me into my role at FERC. I still care about affordability. In fact, I don't think we talk about affordability enough.
Sticking on affordability, why don't we turn to today in your speech and in your confirmation hearing, you talked a lot about the three legs of the stool, one of those being affordability. How do you think that FERC's authority to consider and address inequitable energy burdens and energy justice under the Power Act, how do you see that authority working out?
This is what you call a good lawyer, right? You know, she's asking questions and listening and changing up her flow as she goes. That's good. That's real good. You know, I think when you talk about FERC's ability to address affordability, I would go back to the NAACP case. I think it was in 1976. This was, if I can enter law, there's some professors in here. I'm going to enter professor mode for a second. In that case, it was a employment discrimination case that the NAACP brought, but the central question that was before the Supreme Court was whether or not FERC could regulate activities that were directly related to its mission of ensuring reliable, just, and reasonable rates. And part of that, what came out of that decision was that, of course, affordability is one of the things that's directly related to just and reasonable rates. So to give you an example, just recently in our transmission reform docket, the NAACP filed comments. And in those comments, they urged the commission to pay close attention to equity, to environmental justice in our regional planning processes. This is something, of course, that's still in front of the commission. I can't say too much about, you know, what I'm going to do with those comments, but I think I can safely tell you that it's something that is of great interest to me.
I recommend everyone read those comments. They're really great.
All right.
So I'm going to switch to gas. We've talked a lot about electricity already. So with the past few years has been focused on FERC's policy statements under Section 7 on interstate pipelines, and there's been a lot of controversy and uncertainty surrounding the Commission's approval of LNG terminals under Section 3, and particularly with regard to environmental justice implications. Should the Commission provide guidance on how it will consider LNG terminal applications under Section 3? And what can it learn from the Section 7 process and the policy statements that exist already? And finally, are there specific ways the Commission can improve its consideration of environmental justice implications?
So when you think about the way FERC does its environmental reviews, especially on the gas side, there's really not a lot of difference on how we do it under Section 7 and Section 3. It's all very similar. It's similar staff. They work on these issues. It's a pretty rigorous process, I'll tell you. I mean, it takes some time, and I think that's one of the complaints that you get from the other side on the argument is that things aren't moving fast enough to meet the need that's out there. When you talk about environmental justice in particular, let me tell you what I'm talking about. What I think of is that making sure that everyone who has an interest in the proceeding, regardless of race, color, creed, anyone, that you take into consideration how it impacts them every step of the way, at every point along the way in a proceeding. You simply take it into consideration. Again, from my own personal experience, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but this is something that I think is important. You know, I don't wake up in the morning and read the Federal Register, you know, even though I probably should. But I mean, I don't know anybody who does. And the idea, she's laughing. She's laughing, look at
We do have someone who does that, so.
I apologize. I'm not trying to disparage anybody who does that. Honorable work, honorable work. But look, if you are a landowner somewhere in a rural community and there's, you know, a facility coming through your neighborhood, I think it's probably a little unreasonable to expect that you're going to pay attention to the Federal Register. You know, and that's the way I've approached this work at every step. When I was at the DC Commission, one of the first things I did was stand up an office that was responsible for communicating with community groups. I had my general counsel and a good friend of mine still to this day. We had a big argument about standing up this office. And he said, you know, our orders speak for themselves. You know, he was very proud of it. And I said, you know, you're right if you're paid to read them. You know, but I know my mom's not going to read them. And so what I did is said, this is the guy, this is the man. I can give you his name, here's his phone number, here's his email. This is the person you talk to if you want to decode what our orders say. You know, I think there's similar opportunity at FERC right now with the Office of Public Participation that was, you know, recently stood up. I think there's some opportunity to liaison with communities there. Same thing with our new senior counsel on environmental justice, Montina Cole, who is brilliant, by the way. I've had an opportunity to talk with her on these issues. I've pushed with the chairman on these issues. I think there's room for improvement, but you know that's my general thought.
So relatedly, how do you see FERC's role in approving LNG authorizations, given its shared authority with DOE on these issues? And do you see any value in conducting and the export authorization?
You know, there's always one. I have to be careful here because I think this comes close to the line of some of the pending cases that we have right now with, you know, environmental reviews and certifications that are moving forward. What I will say is this. I'm interested in the possibility of improving our environmental review process. I think that FERC does it pretty well. We've done this for a very long time. We're focused at FERC on siting LNG facilities. DOE is focused on import and export decisions with foreign and international parties. I think given the geopolitical space that we're in right now, that's probably the right tone that should be struck. Someone from the administration should be making those decisions. That doesn't mean that I do my job in a vacuum and that I don't pay attention to what's going on.
This question from the audience, I think, connects well here and also with our discussion about transmission. How do you balance the transmission build out with EJ communities and other stakeholders who don't want these kinds of infrastructure in their backyards?
You know, again, I think this is relevant to the conversation we've had about, you know, how we do environmental justice considerations. If you look at the certificate cases that have come out of FERC since I've joined the commission, I would hope that you've noticed that there's been an intentional shift. I think so much of what we do in this space is about transition. I mean, I'm sorry, not transition. It's about transparency, right? I mean, what I want everyone to know is that when there's an EJ community and they raise an issue that a project's going to impact them, I want you to know what I took into consideration and the mitigation that was offered as a response to it. And I think we should disclose that information. I think it's important for people to know. You know, I don't know about you, but me, if you're doing something that impacts me, I really want you to come to me in the front end and try to hear me out and try to fix it than to try to do it on the back end. Because I'm telling you right now, hell will have no fury like me if you're trying to do something to me and I don't have a chance to give my impact.
I think we have time. I'm going to ask one more question. And this one I think is important for everyone listening. If you could give commenters, stakeholders, members of the public, you know, one piece of advice on how they advocate before the commission and the kinds of things they put in comments, what would you tell them? How can these groups sort of support ongoing reforms and be more effective?
You know, the most important thing that you can do is comment, comment, comment on the record. Put your concerns on the record. As regulators, and you all know this because you're, you know, lawyers, we can't do anything if it's not in the record. Even if I think it's the best idea in the world, I have to tie it back to something in the record. So put your comments down. When it comes to comments, I'll say this, it's really helpful when groups, it can be like-minded groups, and what's even better, if you have a diverse set of organizations come together to support a single point, I think it helps the commission sharpen its public interest determination so that we can know, well, this clearly is a pocket of where the public interest lies. If I have a conglomerate of groups coming together to comment. One thing I'll caution about is we get a lot of form comments that come, they're the same comment again and again and again in email. And, I'm even guilty of doing this myself on my own side, not as a commissioner. But I'm gonna tell you, unfortunately, at FERC, oftentimes those comments are ex parte, and that we're putting them in the docket in their own file, but they're not necessarily, I believe, the best use of time sending those form comments. That would be it. That would be my advice.
I think that's helpful. Any closing words for us? Anything else you want to say?
I just wanted to say one more time how refreshing it is to be here. I'm looking at everyone and I'm seeing no one sleep right now to start. That's a good thing. But I see so much hope. I see so much passion. And it makes me feel like the future is bright. The future is bright for the goals that we want to achieve. And I value you so very much. I thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. For everyone in the audience, don't forget to sign out on the CLE form outside with your time. And thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
see everyone here. It's been a fascinating day of conversations, and I look forward to the conversation that we'll have in this panel. My name is Mike Livermore. I'm a law professor at the University of Virginia, and I am joined today on the panel on courts, regulation, and the future of climate policy by our three guest speakers today. We have Kirti Datla, who is the Director of Strategic Legal Advocacy at Earth Justice. We have Nat Cohane, who's the President at the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions. And we have Skye Perryman, who's the President of Democracy Forward. So it's going to be a real delight to chat with you guys and to explore your thoughts on these important questions. So just a couple of logistics. I have the code for the CLE people, but I've been instructed to keep it a secret for a little while to make sure that you do actually watch the panel. So that will be forthcoming. And then again, we'll be taking questions. So if you, when you come up with questions, go ahead and fill in the cards on the table, and someone will be around to collect them and bring them up to me. So the format for this panel will be similar to what we've seen earlier in the day. We're going to go with a general Q&A, kind of fireside chat. You know, Al said he didn't like the fireside chat, but there is literally a fireside behind us. There's actually a fireside here. So that's the format for the day. And why don't we just go ahead and get started? So the first subject here is courts. So that's maybe a good place for us to start. Obviously, there's been important developments in the U.S. Supreme Court within the last year, so that will be the kind of first thing that we'll talk about. So just as a little bit of background, in West Virginia v. EPA, as many people here will know, the Supreme Court of the United States announced a major expansion of what they call the major question doctrine. I always put scare quotes around that, and I urge you to as well. It kind of gives you a sense of what I think about it. But it's broadly understood as bad news for the future of greenhouse gas regulation and environmental rules in general. So maybe we can start with Kirti. The question I would ask is, you know, maybe you could give us a little bit of a thumbnail description of the case and the decision, and then the questions that I would have are, you know, how dim are the prospects for new greenhouse gas regulation and environmental rules more generally? And maybe, you know, taking a step back from that, is there anything that the Biden administration can do to improve its prospects in courts with future rules in light of this doctrine, other than just kind of trimming its aspirations?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So if anybody can't hear me, just like gesticulate wildly and I'll speak louder. As Mike previewed, the decision in West Virginia versus EPA, I often say, is a decision that's both about nothing and everything at the same time. So the reason it's about nothing is because it was a case about a 2015 regulation that basically never went into effect because the Supreme Court stepped in and stayed the effect of that regulation, and then it was overtaken by events, and then it was repealed formally, and then because of a court decision, it sort of sprung back into zombie existence, but again, had no effect. The actual regulation was about greenhouse. The purpose of the regulation was to lower those emissions by setting a standard based on the fact that a lot of power companies were shifting towards cleaner types of fuel and thus reducing their emissions that way. And the sort of bottom line of the decision is that that approach was unlawful under the Clean Air Act, according to the Supreme Court. But because the regulation never really existed, the decision didn't really have any on-the-ground effect as to that regulation. But the reason the case is about everything is also probably the same reason that Mike put the major questions doctrine in scare quotes, which is that it's a big change in how courts, judges, litigants approach interpreting statutes. Normally the way that courts approach statutes is by reading the text of the law that Congress passed and applying various interpretive tools, rules of grammar, rules of construction, often rules of deference, things like Chevron deference, which is where the court will take the agency's view into account and often give it controlling weight. Under the major questions doctrine, that's not what a court does. A court looks at what the agency tried to do. So in the court's words, it applies in certain extraordinary circumstances, super clear, where the, quote, history and breadth of the asserted authority that the agency is asserting, combined with the economic and political significance of the assertion of that authority, makes the court think that Congress didn't actually intend to give the agency that power. So that's all basically a lot of mush. And I sometimes wonder if I'm being too hard on the court, but Justice Kagan gave a speech last week where she said something like, what's a major question? Who knows? So I feel comfortable describing the doctrine that way. So, I think the bottom line is that what the Supreme Court did is it kind of created a new rule that can be used to attack regulations that seem quite big or quite ambitious. So I think that's bad news, I think was the phrase that Mike used, in the sense that it's just sort of another kind of deregulatory doctrine. But I think there's a difference that sometimes gets lost in the discussion of West Virginia versus EPA between sort of accepting and understanding that what the Supreme Court did is bad for things like the rule of law and the administrative state, and then thinking about how this is actually going to play out on the ground. And if you think about how it's going to play out on the ground, we were already kind of in a problematic place if you are somebody who thinks that the government should be able to regulate, right? We were already in a place where a move towards stricter forms of textualism makes it easier to kind of get to an outcome where a regulation is invalid if that's what the court wants to do. We were already in a place where there were other substantive canons kind of coming to the fore that would make it harder for agencies to regulate. So I'm not quite sure that in your average case, the difference between the risk to a regulation before the decision and to a regulation after the decision is that high. So I think this is, in practice, this is the decision that's going to apply at the margins. And just to give people some comfort, there were 3, at least as I could find, courts of appeals decisions that have discussed West Virginia versus EPA since the decision. One was a decision by the 11th Circuit, which kind of did its whole statutory interpretation thing in regards to the executive order that required federal contractors to have vaccinated employees. So it did all the normal analysis. It said that that executive order was invalid, and then it said that also the major questions doctrine supported its ruling. So that wasn't really moving the needle in that case. And there are 2 DC Circuit cases that involve sort of mine-run agency regulations where obviously the person challenging the regulation invokes the major questions doctrine because I guess why not? And the court just said, no, the agency has a statute, it's carrying out the statute, it's been given authority to do that, and the major questions doctrine just doesn't apply here. So I think we're in a place where there's risk, there's more risk, but it's not so much risk that an agency should be too scared to act at all. So I think that would be my, I don't know that, EPA or any of the other agencies need my advice, but I think probably what they're thinking is that there was already a huge amount of risk if they want to address climate, and this just kind of increases the risk of any actions that seem like a real aggressive kind of out of the ordinary move, and that might cause them to do any number of things. That might cause them to kind of decouple action so that any individual regulation looks smaller. It might cause them to change how they describe regulations to make it clear that they really are acting within a sort of different sphere of statutory authority. So they're not acting as climate regulators, they're acting as power plant regulators, or they're acting as transmission regulators or something like that. And I guess the last thing I would say is that, one weird part of the Supreme Court's decision in West Virginia versus EPA is because the Supreme Court focused so much on the fact that it thought the agency's action was new, it sort of created this incentive for agencies to actually exercise more authority more quickly, because if you leave authority on the table now, that also creates its own risk. So I think, that's another reason, in addition to all the scientific and policy reasons for agencies to move fast on climate, that's another reason why agencies shouldn't be overly cautious in response to this decision.
Great. Okay, that's very interesting. And we could probably even return to some of these, but maybe just to kind of get more, more of the issues on the table. Obviously, the major questions doctrine, as you noted, applies broadly. It's not just about environmental regulation, it's about the entire administrative state. Anytime an administrative agency acts, at least in principle, the major questions doctrine could be implicated. So Skye, maybe you could offer some thoughts on this. I mean, what do you see as being the kind of, policy integrity? We focus on environmental energy issues, but we're worried about the administrative state and cost-benefit analysis and all that stuff more generally. What do you see as the kind of broader impacts of the West Virginia decision, within but also outside of the domain of energy and environment?
Great. Thanks for that question and explanation. I mean, I think many of you probably followed this, but prior to the West Virginia versus EPA decision being decided, the court invalidated the CDC's attempt to protect people from evictions in the middle of the pandemic. It invalidated OSHA's attempt to protect workers with vaccine and testing policies. And in both of those cases, which arose on the court's so-called shadow docket and was not on its merits docket, the court invoked this notion of major questions, once explicitly and another time sort of in a bit more passing. And so one of the things, in following that doctrine up through, we saw the beginnings of it, even earlier in the term with cases, and of course, not for this forum today, but we did see the court cite one of the cases from the shadow docket in its merits decision on the question of the major questions doctrine, which raises some concern about the precedential value of cases that the court's taking without the full merits term. But we'll set that aside. So we saw that leading up to West Virginia versus EPA, and then afterwards, we've already seen state attorney generals and sort of more far right interests seeking to use the doctrine to challenge or to at least suggest that they will challenge a range of issues. So in the women's health context, as one example, Texas Attorney General Paxton cited to the doctrine in challenging the Biden administration's guidance on EMTALA, which is a federal statute that protects people and enables people to obtain emergency care at the emergency room. And the president has made clear that that includes pregnancy termination if you're in an emergency through guidance, and the Texas Attorney General has challenged that and has made reference to the West Virginia versus EPA doctrine in that challenge. We have seen announcements around attorneys general, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission authority. So we will have to see how these things play out. I do agree, and certainly what advocates are, I think, rightfully saying is that the West Virginia versus EPA decision is a narrow decision. It should be a narrow decision. It is about one particular regulation that arises in a statutory context that never went, the regulation that never went into effect. And so there are lots of arguments that can and should be made about the limitations of that holding. And of course, agencies always have to act with congressional authority. That is not new, but I think we are already seeing how this doctrine, or at least folks are looking at the doctrine as a way to further undermine policies and protections for people, including federal governmental action. We at Democracy Forward work across a range of these issues and are seeing it pop up, and so can hopefully provide some context as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I take from both of your comments this point that it's not just about this doctrine, right? That maybe the doctrine is in some sense indicative of a broader posture that a lot of folks on the court have. Like there's the court, the Supreme Court, but then there's just the courts, and of course you just draw the panels that you draw and so on. And so, agencies face risks, and it's the major questions doctrine may or may not have shifted the landscape, but it certainly was a signal from the Supreme Court about where its head is at some of this stuff. Okay, so I think we will be returning to the questions of courts, but again, just to kind of put some more stuff on the table as we're thinking about the future of climate policy. Another, obviously, the huge development in this space is the IRA, and we've been talking a lot about IRA implementation issues and what that landscape looks like. But there's another conversation that has been happening as well that I wanted to get Nat's thoughts on. So, as we've discussed, the IRA really places a lot of emphasis on subsidies and what some people might refer to as industrial policy in place of things like pricing mechanisms, cap and trade, carbon taxes. At least it's been interpreted in that way. And it's also fairly, it's somewhat less, say, technologically neutral than approaches that are typically favored by economists. And so one of the interpretations that has been offered by some commentators is that the IRA, with its emphasis, is really like a repudiation of economists or the economic perspective in climate policy. And so, so my questions for Nat are, who are our resident economist on the panel, is that a fair interpretation? And what do you think about the role of pricing mechanisms more generally going forward in the future of climate policy? Is this still is some kind of carbon pricing still a viable path towards bipartisan cooperation, as always the thing that used to be held out as one possibility? And is it time for a rethink of the role of economists in policy debates over climate policy, or is this kind of maybe a little bit of Sturm und Drang that it doesn't really amount to much?
Yeah, so TLDR, I don't agree with that analysis. Maybe that's just an example of, it's hard to get somebody to agree with something that, their paycheck depends on them not agreeing with it. But I'm actually not a practicing economist.
It's a very economist way of describing the situation.
Exactly. But I do want to, explain why I think that's misguided, and maybe say a couple of things about the role of economics in all of this, and then a couple of things, my political analysis of the IRA, which is quite different than the folks who I think are trying to present it as a fundamental sea change in political strategy, because I don't think it is. And my day job is running the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions, so I spend most of my time in my weeks in DC, and so was watching pretty closely. So the first part of my comments maybe goes under the heading, to quote another wise person, the death of economics is greatly exaggerated in policy. One thing I want to say is just a global perspective. I just literally raced downtown from the International Emissions Trading Association AIDA workshop, right? And of course that's like just a hive of economists and modelers. But one of the striking things I learned there is that 30% of the world's emissions are covered by a carbon price. And that's growing. That was 20%, that was 15% a decade ago, 25% 5 years ago. So, before we conclude that carbon pricing and economics doesn't have anything to do with climate policy, maybe we should consider that there's some form of American exceptionalism going on. Actually, not just American exceptionalism. California has a whole suite of policies, one of which is their cap and trade program. I know that there's some pushback in some of the newer RGGI states, but we still have a dozen other RGGI states. So it starts to look more and more like not an issue around carbon pricing per se or carbon taxes or economics, but a Republican Party at the federal level that is not willing to work on climate. And if you have a Republican Party that's not willing to work on climate, then that backs you into a corner in what you can do on policy. And I'll talk a little bit, briefly about that in a minute. I just also want to make another observation, though, about economics before I get to the IRA. And that is, even if we accept, which I don't, this sort of narrative about carbon pricing going by the wayside, and I'll explain why I think that's overblown a little bit. There's almost this sort of apotheosis of modeling, which is a really interesting point, and not even to make it sort of normatively. And I was thinking about this. I was listening actually at the AIDA conference to Kate Larson, who is terrific, at the Rhodium Group, presenting the Rhodium analysis of, for those of you who don't know, Rhodium is a leading analytical consultancy that now does the sort of state-of-the-art modeling. And it occurred that she was saying what their forecasting was. They are very careful. They have low, medium, high range. They really think about ranges. But it occurred to me that we've replaced, at least in this current round, instead of having economics really informing our design of policy, so we can have think about incentives and so on, we're just taking economic modeling as the gospel truth. And so I was at the White House ceremony a week ago and saw, this was to celebrate the IRA, and I saw Senator Schumer give quite a good speech about it. And he said, one of the things he said was, we've passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which will reduce emissions, 40% by 2030. And I leaned over to the person next to me and I said, 40% reduction, it's not guaranteed. It depends on, it's like, the performance depends on a whole range of other things, including permitting. And you've been talking about that so far. And so there's a point there that we are still using economics in a way, but we're using it maybe in sort of looking as a kind of oracular truth. So briefly, how do I interpret the politics of the IRA? I'm sorry that I wasn't able to hear the earlier parts of the conference, which I'm sure were really interesting. But briefly, I don't think it's a sea change in political strategy. It was a response to 50 votes in the Senate. And you got 50 Democratic votes in the Senate, and so the only thing you can do is reconciliation once you determine that Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema are not going to agree to give up the filibuster. So right away, that puts you into a subsidy and tax credit world. If the reconciliation bill had gone ahead in December, when it was very close to coming, and then it sort of fell apart over recriminations between the White House and Joe Manchin. You know, at the time, we had 49 senators who said publicly they would vote for a carbon price in the bill, and I think Manchin was, like, we were working on Manchin. So I would give it a, I don't know, 50-50 maybe is too optimistic, but there was definitely better than 1/3 chance, conditional on passing it then, that we could have had a $15 a ton carbon price in the bill. I mean, I talked to 7 senators, all of them in the leadership, that said that they had 49. So like, by the time we got to June and July of this year, with the Ukraine war and energy prices rising, it was clearly off the table, and we just had to scramble to get what we could get. So I don't think it's this sea change, or that, like, the political scientists have suddenly led the way to figure out how we pass carbon policy when the economists couldn't do the job. I think it's basically just working within reconciliation. Why do we have what we have? So how do you get to 50? You get 49 and you get 1. We got 49 senators who voted for the Inflation Reduction Act and prioritized climate above everything else, because something is true now that was never true before, and that is that climate change is a top priority for the Democratic Party. That was true in polling in the primaries. It was true in the general election, where Biden ran very successfully on climate in swing states. He ran into it, not away from it. And that's because of the activism on the left, I think, that has really built this up. So that's why you got 49 of the senators. But that's not why you got Joe Manchin. You got because Joe Manchin was in a Trump plus 39 state. So he doesn't care about the overall priorities of Democratic activists. But Joe Manchin, I think you got because, and there's a lot of reasons, I'm not here to praise Joe Manchin, but, and he got a lot out of the bill. But there was one thing, I think, that is really motivating it, and he saw that West Virginia's future, West Virginia doesn't have much of a future if you're not really leaning into the low carbon transition, because we're not going to keep mining coal. And I think Manchin understands that. I think he looked for a way to make sure that there was something, a future for the 22-year-old graduate in his state to stay in his state. And I think that's where the future of climate politics needs to go, and climate policy. So the 49 we've got the Democratic Party. That's a big plus, but it's only 49. How are we going to get into the center so that maybe we can pass something with 60 votes if we don't defeat the filibuster? At the very least, we can get the centrist Democrat like Manchin. I think we're going to need to do a better job of really tying this to the future of the economy and economic opportunity, and maybe we can talk about that later.
Great. Okay. Great. Thanks very much, Nat. So I'll ask a kind of a question at the intersection of what we've been talking about so far. So Nat, you were giving us a rundown of, very Senate-oriented, very legislative-oriented politics, right? How do we get to 60, or how do we get to 50? Because a carbon tax could go through reconciliation too, a straight carbon tax, right?
Yeah, and that was my point about December, like we were almost there.
Exactly. What you couldn't do through a carbon tax is some kind of deal, what you couldn't do through reconciliation is some kind of deal where the carbon tax came with either additional regulations or some change around the regulatory regime, right, which may be part of the story. So I guess to kind of integrate what we've been talking about so far, if we're part of the background for negotiations in Congress is what is the reality of what could happen through regulation that could get through the courts. So I guess one question is, if thinking about the Clean Power Plan, which wasn't itself a pricing mechanism, but essentially was going to put states in a position where it made sense probably to do pricing mechanisms. This is for Curti. This is for Sky. Do we see a path forward for environmental regulations, or I guess we can be thinking about regulations more generally, that either can create a landscape where legislation is going to be more plausible, or we can achieve real on-the-ground results that are important, either through something that looks like a carbon pricing mechanism, or just more generally on environmental rules, and rules more generally, or are we in a situation where the courts are just so kind of hostile that it forces folks who are interested in seeing good social policy into Congress as the best kind of possible institution to be making policy? or the most promising institution, given where courts are at?
Yeah, I mean, I think the very last thing you said is probably what the members of the Supreme Court who wrote a decision endorsing the major questions doctrine want. I think they have a view that we are better off for like liberty reasons, for political economy reasons, however you want to describe it, if more things have to go through Congress rather than regulators. And then, like as with anything, there's like a real, let's be real angle to everything. And I think that probably stems from a view that less will happen if you have to go through Congress for all of the reasons that Nat has articulated than if you have to go through the agency. But I guess, and it might seem like I'm dodging the question, but I am not intending to, but I guess I just don't think those are mutually exclusive, or that we're at a place where anything is off the table. I think if you boil it down, what the Supreme Court probably was most kind of ticked off by in West Virginia was that it kind of bought into the idea that the EPA and the Clean Power Plan was trying to do something that Congress had either refused to allow it to do, or that was kind of obviously making an end run around what the statute allowed it to do. And in that sense, it's kind of a unique case. You really can't say that about, for example, greenhouse gas regulations for vehicle emissions, because it's just like any other pollutant that comes out of the car that's being regulated. There are just other climate-related policies that just fall outside of that bucket of what seems to have really gotten under the Supreme Court's skin. And I'm sure many people have said today that we're just not in a place where we can take things off the table to achieve the emissions reductions we want to achieve. I do think there's probably some nuance between, if you're really getting into the weeds, there are probably people in Congress thinking about how hard to press for certain policies and how visibly to press for them, given that the Supreme Court does seem to have this concern about going around Congress or achieving something through regulation that you can't achieve through Congress. And there are probably people at agencies thinking about, again, how to word the preambles to their regulations to make it clear that that's not what they're doing. But I guess, at least I'm not aware of anybody who said it's one lane or the other, it's all or nothing.
I'll just
We got a note from the audience to bring the mics closer to our mouths. So
I would just amplify that, but to also say, I think, there are several scholars that have been apt to point out that the Supreme Court certainly could have gone much further than it did in West Virginia versus EPA, and I think so I do think that there's a lot of seeds in order to for advocates to be able to argue, as they should, that the case is a narrow case about a particular, regulation on a particular set of facts. And so that is one thing. The other thing about the courts more broadly, and I think it is a both and, it's not mutually exclusive, and of course there's work that needs to be done legislatively, but folks that are paying attention to the court, and this was a very concerning term, we're about to start another one in 2 weeks that will have, I'm sure, some concerning trends and decisions, but the courts today are, in terms of federal regulation and other things, better than they were 2 years ago, if you look at the federal court system, because over the past 2 years, there have been a number of federal judges that have been confirmed that have a history in, either studying or litigating or practicing in an area where they've affirmed the importance of federal regulation, lawful federal regulation in the administrative state. And so I think there is a bit of a lag. The Supreme Court is going to be the Supreme Court, and there's no way to minimize the impact that this court will have on a generation of rights across a range of issues, not just on climate. But I do think that not every case reaches the court, and that there are a variety of ways to limit this holding while also being very practical about what we see special interests in right-wing AGs and others wanting to do in order to expand it. So I think it's a both and, but would say that, it's concerning today. It was much more concerning 2 years ago in terms of the broader federal court landscape.
So I guess with my kind of environmental advocate, I'm not quite as much of an advocate as when I was at EDF, but for my environmental sort of advocate NGO hat on, I think Kirti said it exactly right. There are a huge number of remaining tools. under the Clean Air Act that really the major questions doctrine is not going to get at. I do, though, want to go back, I mean, from a sort of putting my economist hat back on, not that they're mutually exclusive, but shifting one to the side maybe, to go back, Michael, to your question. I mean, I think it does feel like and I'm not a lawyer or an expert in this, but it does feel as if the decision narrows the scope for the kind of innovative interpretation, for example, of BSER, right? You'd like to live. I would like to live in a world where the best system of emissions reduction could be interpreted broadly by the agency to, not maybe in the exact way they did with the Clean Power Plan, but could be interpreted broadly to be thinking about a system, the whole electric power system, and where we could cut emissions much more aggressively and faster under EPA regulation than if we have to do it within the fence line. I'd like to live in a world where Section 115 of the Clean Air Act, which has never really been used in a big way, but on its face sure looks like it gives the EPA authority to put in place a national emissions trading system. I'd love to live in a world in which the EPA could say, yeah, that would be a great thing. But there's zero chance.
Don't say zero, Nat. Don't say zero.
Well, okay. It got smaller. It was already small, and it got smaller after the West Virginia decision. So I do think, and I guess there's an irony there, right? And other court watchers will be much better equipped than I am to talk about it. But there's an irony in that those kind of flexibility mechanisms are traditionally associated with folks from a little bit more on the center right or the right of the political spectrum as a way of reducing costs, and we've now got a court that's hostile to those, and so I do think that cuts off some of the channel. We're still going to be able, I think we're still going to be able to regulate, as Kirti said, but maybe not in exactly the way that economists would love.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting and important point that, maybe that this court, it's odd, let's just say, it is an irony of history, that this court is going to essentially say you can only do extremely traditional command and control regulation.
Exactly.
Okay, that's where we're at. So this isn't really shifting gears, but this actually takes us as an audience, based on an audience question, and I think it does a nice job of bringing us to the real world in a proceeding that's underway. So here's the question. Basically, it's about the SEC's mandatory climate disclosure regulations, and two things. One question, and this is maybe more, it's for everybody, but Nat might be more interested in this, is how important are these? Is this a game changer? Is it irrelevant? Is it a smokescreen? How important are these to the extent that you followed them? And then the question for the lawyers is, where does this fit on the spectrum of major questions? Are these the kinds of things that should be are major? When the challenge comes and a major question objection is made, which it will be, where does this fit? Is it clearly within the SEC's authority? Is it clearly, a major question that's really important? And how do you even start to think about that kind of question, other than just to cross your fingers and hope that it's not?
Well, I'll take a stab at the original and then maybe hopefully set up these guys as well. I mean, I think I think there's an interesting twist here, and here's what I mean. Because if you disclosure rules are a big deal, but the reason they're a big deal is because arguably the responsibility that companies have already had to disclose material risks, they've just been basically ignoring. So the SEC had to say, like, no, we really mean it, and climate really is a material risk. Now, if you study climate and you think about climate all the time, that's kind of self-evident. Mm-hmm. But if you don't think about it all the time, you might think that, boy, this is a major question. This is something that no one ever thought about, right? So let me unpack that a little bit and then see the floor. So the idea is, the SEC already required, right? It was true for all 15 years, even with respect to climate, but already has been explicit that companies have to disclose material risks to their business, right? And investments and so on. And so the problem has been that companies have typically responded to that in terms of climate, either by not saying anything or by doing it sort of boilerplate. Now that we have no climate risk associated. And so the rules that the SEC has proposed and is considering would be much more detailed on really laying out in pretty significant detail what companies need to disclose, how they need to go about doing it, what kind of things they have to say, how they do the analysis and so on. So I think it is important because That's important information. It's material information to investors and shareholders, and it's not getting out there. And I think it is important in general to have a conversation around the real risks, both the physical risks from climate change in the form of flooding and extreme weather events and heat and wildfire and everything else, and also the transition risks associated with policies that are going to need to be put in place to deal with climate and therefore may affect the value of investments. All those things are really important. They are absolutely material. But the fact that the SEC needed to spell that out and really say, no, they really are material, may ironically sort of set up the question of whether it's, or it'll certainly feed the perceptions that, maybe this is a major question.
So what do our lawyers think in light of, so we know that, I mean, it's, in a sense, what we just heard is the case why, from a purely policy perspective, this is a material risk, it's important, and now, what's the, what are we going to see courts say?
Do you want me to start? So, I mean, this is going to be what plays out in the court. Someone will make this argument or objection, and then there will be an argument about whether this is the type of, quote, major question of economic and political significance that Congress would have enumerated. I think there are really strong arguments, particularly on the SEC climate disclosure rule, that I think there are very strong arguments that it's, within the SEC's already embedded authority. That is, in fact, what the agency does, is regulate the markets and make sure that there's information available to investors on material issues. And when it's, when existing rules do not spell that out in a way that the market requires, that investors are requiring, the agency, unequivocally has that authority. So, I mean, I think that's going to be the argument that I think the government will make if this is raised. And but I do think this is going to be the piece that bats around in various cases. And I should point out, there were other cases, and there will be cases this term, where it will be interesting to see if the court invokes this doctrine, quote unquote, or if it doesn't. I mean, at the end of the day, I love how Kirti said it, it's about, nothing and everything, but it's also something that's been deeply embedded within administrative law, the notion that Congress has to give you authority, and then what they're going to require. This has been a debate for some time. So, I think SEC Climate, there's clearly really good arguments that advocates will be able to make, the government will be able to make, and we'll have to see how that plays out. I think for more, for other more innovative schemes, I think there's definitely a bit more of a risk. Do you have?
Yeah, I think I agree with all of that. And I think, the example of we tried to do this, it was, under enforced, right, or not done well enough. And so that's why we're doing it again. Like, that kind of history is in theory the kind of thing that you should be able to push back against a major questions doctrine argument. But I guess what I would add is, separate from major questions, because I guess in theory this is also a courts generally panel. Yeah. I think if you live in the kind of dark, scary world that I do most of the time, there are other doctrines that might be relevant to the disclosure rule. So if you follow sort of the various deregulatory doctrines that are being developed, there's a whole line of First Amendment arguments about why disclosure may or may not be permissible that might or will probably come up in regards to this rule. And so I think it goes back to what I said at the beginning, that the risk, I just don't want people to think that the major questions doctrine is like this new sort of end-all be-all amount of risk. There's just all sorts of risk coming from all sorts of different directions that the regulatory community should be aware of.
And in fact, the AGs have already made the First Amendment argument, and our organization represented a variety of scholars, including from this law school and others, on comments and other submissions about why the disclosure rule is consistent with the First Amendment. But so we're already seeing that as well. Yeah.
So I think this kind of follows up. Nat, did you have something you wanted to? Follows up directly on this. So 2 points here, right? So as lawyers, we can get very focused on the doctrine, right? And it maybe just we can focus on major questions, or there's lots of other doctrine. But the point that you make, Kirti, that look, there are a lot of resources for a court that wants to ding an agency, right? There's a lot of doctrinal opportunities for them to do that, and they seem to be growing. So I guess the question is really from a practical perspective, and again, this kind of comes from one of the audience questions, is, what can groups or advocates be doing, or folks at agencies for that matter, in light of the direction that courts are going? This is a little bit, a version of the question I asked earlier, but in light of what's happening, what is it that agencies or advocates could do? Say with respect to advocates in terms of, putting things into dockets, making different kinds of arguments than traditionally maybe they've made. Is there any kind of strategic opportunity, or what can people be doing strategically here in light of kind of what's happening with courts so that agencies have a better chance? And again, agencies themselves can control maybe staying within their traditional areas, but other than that, in terms of the arguments they're making, is there something that can be done, or is this just the reality that courts are hostile and they're going to figure out doctrines, and there's not too much anybody can do about it?
Well, I think you've heard from the panelists today about the importance of commenting, and I know that Kirti's experience will also bear this out as well, but it's incredibly important. And we've seen agencies are able to both take action, and they're able to take action based on more robust comment records. And some of that involves the legal community and comments that incorporate various arguments or answers to arguments that it's very clear what special interests are going to argue. The AGs now come out and broadcast what they want to argue. You can follow the blogs of various right-wing legal groups that have made it a career to undermine the federal regulatory state. And so the comments that not only enhance the voices of people and communities that are affected, which I thought there was a beautiful discussion of that in the environmental justice panel earlier today, but also comments that incorporate the reasons that agencies have authorities to do the things they're doing, or ways that regulations should be modified if they're being proposed to make sure that it's on ground. We do hear from personnel that's incredibly helpful. I think also understanding in advance that these things, regardless of if they're lawful or not, we see them, they end up in the court because there's incredibly aggressive litigation movements in the right wing to undermine them, and thinking in advance of how can communities get involved in helping to defend those actions in court through coalition building. And we have a lot of war stories about that over the last 2 years, where many communities that have been affected by federal regulation and would be affected if federal regulation were blocked or enjoined, did not have the legal representation to be able to weigh in quickly enough in court in order to make their voices heard. We do, or Justice says, a lot of organizations, seek to provide that representation, but I think that's incredibly important, that there is no narrow view of this anymore. It's all intersecting with the law, and so you have to have a legal strategy, even if you're in a community that's not as traditionally enmeshed with the legal community.
Yeah, I think that's all right. I think that there is sort of deep thinking going on in this community about what's the set of information that needs to be before the agency in light of the major questions doctrine. So that's more on the history, more on similar regulations, more on why this is sort of an application of expertise versus an application of sort of broader administrative level policy preferences. All of that is happening, and I think there's just going to be deeper thinking over time on that. And I guess the other thing I would say is, goes back to something that Nat said earlier, which is because there's this fairly high level of risk present in the system, and I guess another irony of all of this is that the administrative branch, run by the president, is supposed to be the politically responsive branch. It is supposed to respond to what people want, and as Nat mentioned, this president ran on climate, he ran on, his student loan promise, both of those, climate generally, the student loan program. You could look at that and say, well, the risk seems really high, maybe I shouldn't do it because of this threat from the courts. Or you could say, I was voted into office to do exactly this, and if a court wants to strike it down based on this super mushy doctrine, I'm going to make the court do that. And, my instinct is that where it's really important, then the administration is going to be willing to make somebody else bear the political costs of acting in a way that the public wants, instead of sort of censoring itself based on that threat.
Great. Yeah, so that, it's an interesting question, and I think it's a dispositional kind of question of different administrations are going to have different ways of thinking about that. Like, do we just do what we want to do and see what the courts, how it shakes out in court, or do we, have a strategy of like not losing? Because it does take a long time, and there is a cost to going through the student loan program. I mean, there was a lot of thought that went into that, but the Clean Power Plan, for example, this was years of the agency's time. Because if you win, you want to be able to have a rule that you like. And then to do all of that with an expectation of like, yeah, the court's probably going to ding it. It's just tough. It's a big lift. I mean, how would you try to cash that out within the, if you were giving the Biden administration advice on how they, strike that balance?
Yeah, it's so hard to discuss, in the abstract.
Yeah.
And I think, to be fair to the EPA promulgating the Clean Power Plan in 2015, the Supreme Court looked quite different than it did last term when it struck down that regulation finally. So, some of that is impossible to predict or would involve giving a really high weight to a really low level of risk, I guess is another way of putting it. But I think, again, it's about margins. It's, if you have two policies on the table, and I know this is really an economist question, not a lawyer question.
I like the way you're thinking about it, though, yeah.
But if you have two policies on the table that are like pretty equivalent and the risk of one is much higher, like that's an easy call, right? If it's a choice between doing something or not doing something at all, then you might be willing to accept that risk of losing, right? So I think, sort of unhelpfully, I think that just hashes out in any given choice between two regulatory options.
So I guess I think from the administration's, I have a little bit of sense of how the administration is thinking about this, but I think part of the problem is, I'll explain what I mean, is like, I think the time period is a little compressed. So I think the way they would like to do this is they talk about an investment-led strategy, meaning like, let's pour a lot of money at it, that they've done in the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act last year, and then sort of let that play out, start to alter the flow of those investments. I think the challenge is that they also are working against the clock in this term, and so I think we're going to start to see regulations pretty soon, and they're going to try to follow on that, like, oh, we spend massive amounts of money on electric vehicle chargers, so that's going to create some political space to do more on, to be more aggressive maybe on tailpipe regulations that would, among other things, sort of push towards electrification. I know that's not the specific outcome, but would sort of encourage that. But I just don't know if they'll have enough time to sort of play that sequence out. So it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays. The thing I look back to a lot in terms of thinking about a related issue, which is how do you make regulations that last, right? So I was in the White House for 2011, 2012, and was always very proud of the fact that, with the exception actually of the second half of the second car rule that we did in that 2-year, the car rule that we put in place in 2011 had a midterm review, and that midterm review was far enough out that it got reversed by Trump. But everything else that we put in place, including in particular the mercury rule, the mercury and air toxins rule, which made a significant impact on coal-fired power, all of that survived, and it survived in large part because there was enough lead time for, in the case of the mercury rule, for utilities to make investments that they had to complete it by 2016, and so by the time Trump came along and railed against it and Pruitt tried to reverse it, there was no appetite among that because all the investments had been made and now they had to be paid for, and literally the facts on the ground had changed. So I think when we think about what does durable regulation look like in this administration looking ahead and trying to prevent the sort of potential backlash in the future administration, I think in tandem with those investments through legislation, changing the facts on the ground as quickly as possible is going to be important. The challenge is that runs a little bit against ambition, and it runs into these questions of what can you get through the court. So it's not no easy answer.
This is a kind of a weird follow-up question, but I think maybe potentially instructive on the scope of like how things have changed with respect to the court. So you mentioned your time during the Baumann administration, and obviously huge important air quality rules, greenhouse gas rules with the car rules. So I'm just thinking of the two air quality rules, the mercury air toxics rule and the good neighbor, the interstate air transport rule. And this is a little bit of prognosticating, but what I'm curious about for our attorneys here, if folks are familiar with these rules, do we think that these rules, given the current court and current doctrine, would have stood up? Like, would we have got, there was a loss in Michigan v. EPA, but, you still got most of the rule. And, so in any case, that's the question. Like, the interstate air transport rule had all kinds of market mechanisms in there. There was a very, arguably a thin statutory read to support all that stuff. The air toxics rule obviously had, issues around the use of cost-benefit analysis and so on. So, yeah, that's the question. And because that might give us a sense of where the scope of the Biden administration is, now that things have changed in the courts.
Yeah.
And of course, I know you're obliged to say, yes, they would stand up, right? So I guess really what my question should be is, if you were being a pessimist, what would your worries be?
Yeah, I guess what I would say, without getting out too much over my skis in terms of expertise, is that I think those two rules might kind of set up like a contrast that may be helpful in major questions cases, which is that I think with the toxins rule, it was really a stringency. If something was going to jump out at the court, it would be sort of an effects-based problem with that rule, whereas with the good neighbor provision, it would have been an approach-based problem to the extent there is one. Although, if I'm remembering correctly, I think the court distinguished that in West Virginia versus EPA itself. So it might survive even this court. But the reason I bring that up is because there is something kind of interesting going on in the separate opinions in West Virginia versus EPA. So the majority says it's really concerned with an agency kind of asserting new authority over a really wide swath of the economy. That seems to really be what was concerning to the majority. And then Justice Gorsuch and Justice Alito write separately, and their test is really effects-based. Their test is like, it's just too important, it's too costly, it's too, whatever the factor is. But they only get those two votes, right? The rest of the court doesn't sign on to that. So I think I guess if I'm going to be a pessimist, then maybe one way to think about it is that there don't seem to be 5 votes on the Supreme Court for just saying, like, that's big, I don't like it, it's invalid. Right. But there do seem to be more votes to say this seems unusual or expansive, and so I'm going to look really hard at it.
We saw some interesting things. That's a great point, because so many of the cases were 6-3 cases, but then when you look beyond them, you actually do have not all 5 or 6 justices agreeing on the same thing. And we saw some interesting things in other contexts. So for instance, in the OSHA context on vaccine and test, the court struck down that rule, or the temporary measure. It upheld the one for healthcare workers. And in so doing, Justice Kavanaugh reasoned that that because the regulated party, meaning the physicians and other medical personnel, weighed in that case, that this must have been the type of action that could be taken consistent. That can't be that that the regulated party has to agree to the regulation in order for the regulation to be legitimate. But I point that out because I think that there are a number of strategies and arguments and coalitions that can be built in order to strengthen the ability of some of these interventions to survive judicial review. And some of it is in the nuanced parsing of what we just saw. We'll see some more this term with some of the cases and a pathway. So I bring those from other contexts up to say that I think while it's a dark time for many issues that we care about, we can't not take action because of a concern around the courts. And there have been many times in American history that the courts have not or were not predicted to do what they should have done. And if advocates had stopped at that, you basically ceded it anyway.
I'll say one thing about the Matt's rule in particular, and my memory, I think Casper actually did run into some problems with the use of trading, but Matt,
oh, yeah.
but Matt's, I think that the Worksheets, the Mercury rule, I think just is in a sense another demonstration of your point, your point, Michael, that maybe this court, ironically, this court is saying, well, all you can do is your traditional command and control regulation. Because Matt's was it was sort of, this is what you got to do. You got to load up on it. There's no trading in there. There's nothing. So from that point of view, maybe it would, the issue around co-benefits aside, obviously, maybe it would stand this court. But I raise that in part to say something kind of going against type as an economist. One of the things that was striking about Matt's even being involved in it was that again, if you take as I do, that we should be considering all the benefits from the rule, the health benefits from reducing particulates were so overwhelming that it was clear. It was clear that the corner solution was where you want to be with a coal-fired power plant. The corner solution that's the efficient solution. The corner solution meaning no coal-fired power, or else certainly no uncontrolled coal-fired power. That is the efficient point. It's not, well, is it not, as economists, we're normally thinking, well, it's somewhere in the middle. The corner solution is unusual. That's why we want to kind of balance things. But the benefits from reducing particulate matter are so large that's for the MATS. So, because I was very involved in the RIA and in the regulatory impact analysis, and it was clear that this sort of shutdown, eliminate emissions from coal plants is the efficient solution. And I say that because now we have, a couple weeks ago, our friends at the Resources for the Future have come out with, I think, what is now the state-of-the-art cutting-edge estimate. I don't know, Dick, were you on that paper, or many of your colleagues were? You should take credit for it, nonetheless. So Dick's colleagues at RFF. And it came out with a number, if folks don't know, I feel like I should be doing straw polls, 30. Anyway, the number is $185. That is the best estimate of the current social cost of carbon, $185 per ton.
Up from.
What's that?
Up from.
Yeah, I was going to say, whereas if you took the last version of the Obama social cost of carbon, and then you adjusted for inflation, you'd have $52 today. So over 3 times, and that just reflects better thinking about modeling, updating the modeling, better understanding of science and damages, better econometrics behind it, a little bit of better, there's some discounting in there that's doing some work. But it's a striking thing. And so the reason I say that is because $185 a ton, you think about things a lot differently than $50 a ton. And that might suggest that, maybe we're at a corner solution in a lot of these other places. And maybe inside the fence line, we should just be, I'm not sure I would give this political advice to the agency, but, inside the fence line, you say, okay, you want us to go inside the fence line at $185 a ton? That means, we're really going to crack down, and the corner solution is where we want to be.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's interesting. I've heard some other folks kind of mention something along these lines, but it's, I'll just say, one can imagine the challenge then would be that's a major question about whether this level is appropriate, right? Or maybe it's a major question of whether we should be using a global versus a national social cost of carbon. This language is so amenable to everything, right? That you can imagine it just being trotted out whenever the court just looked at the outcome and said, wait a second, you're shutting down, this is going to be a huge transformation in the electricity generating sector. That's a big deal. The industry is not down with it, and therefore, starts to look like a major question to us. Okay, I think, we have time for maybe a couple more questions, but I'll ask a bigger picture question about the role of partisanship, which is, I don't know if we've been explicit about it, and obviously Policy Integrity is a nonpartisan organization, as are all of the organizations represented here, I suppose. Nevertheless, there's a huge partisan dynamic here, right? There's a partisan dynamic in Congress. The IRA was a, uni-party measure, in the Senate, and, there's a partisan dynamic on the courts, and with respect to both environmental rules and regulation more generally. And it does strike me as just going to be extremely difficult to make really solid progress moving forward if this partisan dynamic continues. And so I guess the question for folks is, how do we shake out of this? With in terms of the lawyers on the panel, are we just getting into a world where the courts are going to become so polarized and so partisan on these core issues that everything just depends on the partisan affiliation of the judges that you're litigating before, and the only thing that really matters, the only way we change dynamics on the courts is just changing the composition, expanding the Supreme Court, changing the people who are on there, or is there some way to depoliticize these issues such that it's just not a matter of voting based on partisan affiliation. It's something else is happening. And I guess just, for Nat, more generally, you were talking about, maybe there were 50 votes and so on, but you did mention earlier, it's just the Democrats are very constrained in what they can do if it's going to be a one-party affair, because any increase in electricity prices, if it's a carbon tax, is going to be attributed to them. There's going to be a huge amount of demagoguery. And so is there a way to break out? What do you think the prospects are, essentially, that we're going to break out of these negative partisan dynamics around these issues? Because it just, the reality is the Democrats are going to be very constrained if they're not, have at least some political cover. So I want to go with the lawyers first.
Yeah, do you want to go? Look, I think, first of all, we saw in the Trump administration, because of how unlawful the administration operated, statutes like the Administrative Procedure Act and others really doing a lot of work to enjoin unlawful and bad administrative policies. And the reason I bring that up is to say, on some level, and that was before Trump appointed judges and before other appointed judges, and we've certainly seen some victories in this last few years before judges that you would not necessarily, maybe not at the Supreme Court, but judges in the federal system that you would not necessarily think if you just lined up their partisan affiliation. And so one reason I point that out is that I do think, at the point that, that the courts have become, I think, increasingly, depending on what kind of view of history you might say, they've always been somewhat political, that there is an element of that feels real now as we're seeing how extreme this last court term was. But I think at the end of the day, there's a lot of examples of being able to litigate before various forums throughout the country and get to results that you might not guess that you would get to if you just lined up the political affiliation of a judge, sort of who appointed. And in the administrative context in particular, we saw statutes that had, historically been statutes that sort of support good regulation but can stop, at times have been used by special interest on the right to try to stop lawful regulation. We saw those be able to really help people and stop unlawful regulation in the prior administration. And so you see there's a bit of this, like, as it turns. I mean, even something like major questions, you could imagine what would that look like if the composition of Congress was different, and how, interested would judges, the majority of the Supreme Court, be in sort of touting that type of doctrine depending on what you have at the court. So I think there's a push and pull that the courts are not immune from, but to think that it's just so partisan and politicized, there's no reason to sort of use the courts, or that you can't sort of take action because of the courts, that gets you ultimately to your worst case result without even trying. And so I think, that's probably how I would answer that from just a practical perspective.
So Kirti, before you dive in, I just have to note the CLE code is judiciary, and I'm going to forget it, so I'm saying it right now before I forget. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Kirti.
No, that's okay. I think I'm going to echo something that Nat said earlier, which is where I work is going to affect how I answer this question, because I work at an organization that only litigates on behalf of clients, right? So our clients have problems and we try and fix them, and we're not going to stop doing that because the courts seem problematic, and we, it's kind of like, as litigators, sometimes every time you lose a case, it's the judge's fault, right? But we are winning a lot of cases in front of judges that you might, if you were only thinking along the valence of who appointed the judge. Yep. And that's all you thought determined how cases come out, you would think we would lose those cases, and we're winning them. And that's because, I do think, as naive as it sounds, I do think that, our legal system is premised on the idea that there's a set of rules that gets applied in every case, and I do think that most people don't want to be judges if they don't agree with that, and there are, again, going to be edge cases where there are real questions about whether that's actually what's happening. But I think in the mine run of these hundreds and hundreds of APA cases that come up every year, they get resolved on the record on the basis of a statute, and good lawyering that is attentive to the court that you're practicing before, of course, and is trying to speak to that court's concerns, which might change based on the court. But good lawyering, I at least my view, again, because it's the reason I have a job, is that good lawyering is still going to win cases most of the time, and that it's just not worth giving up before before you try.
And just before Nat goes, I mean, I'll say the other thing is that we've seen, and I know, or Justice seen in their work too, there's winning in court and then there's winning in the public square. And that's a point that you made at the beginning. But there is a piece of this is if a judge or a court is going to make a devastating decision that is unpopular, that hurts people in communities, there's accountability. You know, there are other ways to change that reality through legislative or other processes. And sometimes, you know, understanding where the court's going to be, if you rule the court out as a solution, can open the way for other solutions. So it's a both and, I think.
So let me say one quick thing about about the court, just as an observation. Again, not an expert, not a lawyer, yeah, and I'm actually really heartened to hear to what you just said, because that makes me feel sleep better at night. That good lawyering can solve it. But if I think about sort of how does the partisanship and polarization break down on the court versus Congress, which I'll come to in a sec, I guess the thing that worries me most, again, as a complete amateur court watcher, the thing that worries me most on the Supreme Court is not that there's like a climate polarization, but that it's stacked with people who have a long history of being, you know, in a certain particular way, sort of pro-business and anti-regulatory, right? And so that just is, and I think the major questions doctrine being just like the latest example of that, right? And you sort of, you've got, it's not even a climate question, you've got 6 people who are just solidly have had their careers defined in that way, right? So that worries me a little bit more, that those people are going to be around for a while, and I will really keep my fingers crossed on good lawyering from Kirti and her colleagues. And in the meantime, we need to think about how to break the partisanship in the Congress. And there, you know, I guess two points. One is, I do think it's more of a problem with leadership in, well, I will explain why maybe this is being too optimistic. I have held for a number of years that it's more of a problem with leadership in the Republican Party than with the rank and file. Someone like Mitch McConnell is never, I mean, he just believes in stymieing government action, and that's what he sort of wakes up every day thinking about. So, and he's very good at it. And he's also, of course, from Kentucky. I guess I worry a little bit that maybe my faith in that is being eroded as we see the kind of MAGA wing of the Republican Party. So maybe the rank and file is also is getting worse as well. But I like thinking about people like Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania, who's a Republican member of Congress, but also quite good on climate. And I think when you talk to younger members of Congress, including from Republican districts, unless they're, you know, the MAGA types, they're worried about this because, you know, millennials overwhelmingly support climate action. So I have some hope for, like, you know, that the Republican Party is not completely lost on this, even if the leadership is in a different place. But I think if we're going to make more progress there, I mean, maybe my shorthand for this is, you know, we need to shift climate from being being perceived as a social issue, in which case it falls into predictable partisan polarization, where a signifier of being a good liberal is caring about climate action, and therefore if I'm right wing, then I must not care about climate action. It's shifting it from being a social issue for a whole bunch of reasons, but this is one of them, to being to being an issue that's really about economic opportunity. And so one of the things that we've had some success with, and we're at C3S and we're trying to build out, is just having conversations and really convening conversations around the actual concrete economic opportunities from the low carbon transition outside of the Beltway in places like Morgantown, West Virginia, and Columbus, Ohio, and southeastern Michigan. I think if we can really demonstrate, go back to what I said about Manchin, I really do believe that a big part of the reason Manchin agreed to make climate a cornerstone of the Inflation Reduction Act is because he wants a future for his state, and he saw an opportunity to leverage his position to do that. And I think if we can get more people understanding the low carbon economy in that way and seeing economic opportunity, we might be able to sort of pull off climate from the polarization that affects so much else.
Great. Well, that's a very optimistic way to end our panel, so thank you, Nat. Join me in thanking the panel and panelists. Again, if I said that too quickly, the CLE code was judiciary. I was asked to offer some concluding remarks, so I will do that very, very quickly. I will just say, you know, policy integrity has been around since 2008. It has had a wonderful run with Ricky as the director, but it's also a very exciting time now with Bertrand and Jack, and I look forward to all the wonderful things that they have done. You know, in that period of time, the institution has grown, policy integrity has grown a lot. It has had an enormous, I think a really profound impact on the conversation around environmental regulation, around cost-benefit analysis. In that period of time, we've seen a lot of progress. It's easy to get frustrated, but if you look back at 2008, we had major rules under the Obama administration that have survived. We've had now, major policy steps under the Biden administration. A lot of bad things that could have happened in the intervening administration did not happen as a consequence of the work that's been done by people in this room and elsewhere. So, notwithstanding the frustration that we can feel, it is absolutely a time of optimism. So I look forward to all the great work that Jack and Bertrand and the rest of the policy integrity team do in the coming years. And thanks very much for joining us for this really wonderful conversation.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.